Hi, everybody. This is Allison from Alley Cat Creations. How are you? Hi, friends. Please don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already, or share because it's helpful at this time. Hi, Scott. How are you? Welcome to Friday Night Live, where I sit, chat, chit chat, chicken drop. Chicken almost fell. Hi. Hi, Elsonre. We get a little wonky and crazy here. Get some oracle cards. We got the full moon that just kind of ended, but we also have some crazy energies. Christmas is incoming. Tonight's Yule. Happy Yule to those who celebrate. Winter solstice. Fun times. Hi, Gary. Christmas is on its way. And if I send anything out, it's not going to make it. But if you would like to check out my website, alleycatcreations211.com, you could see pyramids like this and artwork like that. Um, Hi, Charlene. Yay! Hi, Bill. Hi, Gary. So, hi, friends. I am doing a raffle. I am officially off on vacation, which is really a very good vacation for 2 weeks. And unfortunately, I don't get paid like a teacher because I am not considered a teacher. My profession is garbage. Hi, Ashmaya. My my profession is like not taken seriously, although we're the anchor in a classroom. So I'm doing a raffle for this beautiful pyramid. This is $100 value. This is one of my more on the medium side expensive ones. I intuitively chose this, thinking about the collective, and the raffle will be drawn January 3rd. All my members get a free entry to this beautiful pyramid to win. Um, Yay. And if you would like to enter, it's $5 per entry. And if you go to my community tab, all the information is there. It's my PayPal, Zelle. I don't have my Zelle. Cash App and stuff of that nature. If you want to snail mail me a check, great. It's $5. So if you're interested in wanting to win that beautiful pyramid, please check out the description in the community tab. And January 3rd, we're going to have a party. I hope you have your coffee because I sure do need this badly. Hard to see from all the way back there. This is my gnome. Hi. I hate this video thingy. This is my gnome. I'm going to paint this. This is going to be a paint and sip. I'm going to do one for members and then one on the channel. I'm probably going to go live at some point. I still don't know all the details just yet, but if you're interested, please write in the comments, not the live chat, the comments if you're interested. Um, this will be free for members, but also donation based. For this one, I'm going to do paint, like acrylic, but I have to go get some acrylic, some of the colors. You could do whatever colors you want. I am very lazy peasy with, I'm just going to help you get something really fun on canvas. Um, I'm looking on dates for that because I'm going to do it after Christmas. A lot of people are very busy and have families and a lot of cray stuff. So I'm going to do that like a day or two after Christmas. I'm also doing a craft and sip, so you can have your coffee, your bubbly, whatever you would like, and hang out and do a craft with me. Once again, you could just do something on your own and bring it to hang out and talk and have fun. So if you're interested in that, that's going to be on Zoom private. And then I'm going to do a craft live and probably talk and stuff and just do a craft or do a painting. I just want everybody to know that those things are incoming. Still haven't figured out all the details. Because who has time to think these days? Not me. No, I've been inundated with a lot of spirit, a megaton. There's a lot going on in the paradigm. I can't wait to unravel all these intricate things going on in my brain. And I'm sure a lot of you are feeling very similar. Um, so hi everybody. Schumann residence is calm. There's some like green spikies. That's not a bad thing. It's kind of letting us sit. It's a lot of energy coming in. Um, a lot of advancements, which is great. But I was reminded, let's get into what happened yesterday. There's a lot of things I'm a little upset with, and even on We Not Me. And I don't want to be here to air out any dirty stuff because that's not what I'm about. And I love everybody. But um I was very taken aback by somebody in the chat. I will not name names that pretty much disregarded me, disrespected me, and then come to find out that are telling people not to follow me. Never did a damn thing to this person. Don't know why all of a sudden I'm being turned on. But if you caught the comment that was made to me about be less, then you'll know who that is. Hi, Ark. How are you? I'm glad you made it. You're awesome. Thank you. So yesterday someone made a remark about when I say blessings to people, I am not here, and this is a paradigm 3D thing for me looking back at going into neutrality, looking at the definitions of words. Everybody's like, well, that's spell casting, and this is evil, and that, blah, blah. Um, I'm not looking at words like that anymore. Right. With any modality, someone could call me a devil worshiper because I'm pulling oracle cards, and that's from the Satan. Right. But Satan's God. We already concluded this. I'm concluding it. Yeah, it's all God. God said, let there be entanglement of atoms and protons and photons and quarks and gluons. Okay. You don't have to give source, the creator of all, a name. You don't. It's androgynous. There's energy. Okay. So this person's like, I'm not beeless. Okay. Sorry. Hi. Can I give you a humble hello? When I say blessings, it's coming from here in my heart space because I'm not saying be less. I'm saying blessings. It's what intention someone is projecting their intention with through the words for. If you're going to take something and inverse it, that's on you. That is not on me. And if you want to keep directing your whatever you have against me, like I know a lot of people don't like me because I'm speaking harder truths that are very hard to swallow. Many of you that are here totally get the bigger picture that I'm trying to help others with. You see the expansion. Like Charlene just said, we are all one, and that's the game, right? I'm not here to argue points with, okay, so you interpret what I'm saying as be less when I'm intending it as a blessing of goodness, light, energy, love. If you don't seek that out, that's not a me problem, that's a you problem. That's a your ego problem. So that already I had to kind of just push myself back before I got on my soapbox because that old self would have shoot out and I in the past have sided with this person in when it comes to other people. And I'm like, well, that's that's person, it's a him. It's his perception. He's allowed to have it. We're all allowed to have our own perceptions of reality because we are the ones creating it. But I don't sit here and project negativity onto others. And if I do, then someone should bring that up to me and say, hey, Allison, I don't know if you're aware, because a lot of us speak unconsciously, subconsciously, and sometimes shit does come out. And we don't mean, our intentions might be skewed. So yesterday was a little bit of a what the hell, and then we have a lot of ego happening, a megaton of ego happening where people are fighting each other. I'm sorry. And it's none of you that are here watching me. But this can happen in any platform in any chat. So please heed this advice. Walk away. You don't need to have that energy absorbed into you. And I bet you everyone that's watching me is an empath to some extent. I don't, it's not a trigger anymore. These people are not triggers. This is my boundary that is now being put up. I don't, what's with the ego? It's like the kids get Eggo waffles in school. Like, let go of my ego. Let go of the ego. You want ascension, and yet you're so blind in how you're going to process getting there. You want everything to happen for you, and you don't understand that there's a process at hand. And the first step is understanding the acknowledgement that we're all one. We're all playing different avenues and expressions of source. So until you stop judging your other selves and stop with the ego back and forth, fighting nasty words. Oh, but I'm on my soapbox, but I'm not giving you. You're wrong and blah blah blah. Uh, mm. That's awesome, Mark. Thank you. Hi, Scott Savory. How are you? Um, Dina, my soul sister, I love Dina. She was even texting me like, I have to go out to the store. Can you watch chat? I'm like, okay. And I'm texting her back, like, I don't know what or where or what I can do to disperse the negativity that's going on between people. Like, hi, Buckshot. Um, I mean, me and Dina, like if I was next to her, we would be looking at each other like, why are you expending your energy trying to prove your point? Right? When I say at the end of my videos, my TikToks and everything, like, please seed your truths. Okay. Seed. Hi, D Rambo. Seed your truths. That doesn't mean that. Like, I go into chat. I used to be so active in chat, and now I'm not because I can't. Number one, 90% of the people are still living in duality and separation limitation. I love everybody, but I can't do the hate thing anymore. Right? And I support my best friends. I support the people that are in the chat because all of you are mostly in there. But I can't not with the ego back and forth. And last night was like a pure example of, okay, you're how old? I can't look. I work in a school system and I got catty. See you next Tuesdays. I got people that are on the opposite side of polarity from me that I work with, and I have to navigate that respectfully. Why can't we do this in chats? You can agree to disagree with somebody and not be a shit. I mean, yesterday with the be less comment, what did I ever do to you, my friend? And then you're emailing other people that people shouldn't listen to me. Okay, that's up to them to decide if they want to listen to me or not. You're not the one and all and be all. I just tell people I don't give names. Some of you have an understanding of who I'm gonna discuss something tonight too. Oh, it's big. But let's get through this one. I don't mention names because that's up to you at home to go inside yourself to know if it's true for you. Not everything that's true for me is going to be true for you. And that's a beautiful understanding that we need to take in. I'm not saying JQ is wrong in his assessments with things, but I just don't sit in the hatred thing anymore. I can't, because those are my other selves. And I have to give compassion and grace. And I see the expanded truth and a vision that he doesn't. And but that's okay. That's he's doing him, and I'm cool with that. Right? Oh yeah. Last night, Buckshot, I know you were probably working. There was a lot of going on in chat. Like Dina even asked me to go, monitor because she knows my stance. But when I monitored, there was a lot of ego. One of our longtime persons, like when I said blessings, they were very disrespectful. So I'm like, okay, hello, very humbled, hello, whatever I said, and they're like, yeah, that's better. But then I'm finding out from other people that they've been, in conversations saying like, don't listen to me. And that's up to everybody to decide if they align with me or not. I'm not trying to pull anybody's string. I'm not trying to, if anybody knows, I appear with Dina when we do stuff for We Not Me, but I am never really ever promoting myself on that channel. And I've been behind the scenes of that channel since its infancy. So I'm not there to gain anything from doing what I do with them. If I was trying to like leech off Jason, it never will happen because Jason and I are friends, but I'm not inviting him and doing podcasts with him because that's not my wheelhouse. He's not my wheelhouse. He's not there on my octave just yet to have discussions like I do. So, but I'm not going to sit here and that's my friend. I support my friends, but I am not going into chat and feeding ego like last night. Buckshot, yes and no. Hi, John. One was left field, the one that made that be less comment, like when I said blessings, that was left field for me because it's somebody we all know and love. And which is fine. I can course direct when I direct something to somebody if they are not in my will of intention of my heart space wanting to accept blessings, I could say something else. Um, but there are people changing their names as well. I'm not a stupid person. That is causing a little bit of a back and forth ping pong match of ego. So I only bring this up because just about everybody possibly saw that in chat yesterday. Maybe. And I want to give kudos to everybody for not feeding that. The lesson that we need to take into account is that I got a big ding, 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 ding chicken dinner yesterday. Um, we need the extremes in polarity. So we literally need the positive and the negative to be so effing extreme that it's like, ah, we need that. Believe it or not. It's a needed experience. It also is showing us it for those of us who are, and that's awakened people who are not necessarily thinking beyond good and evil. They're still like, these people are evil. Arr, these people are good. And they're not seeing the big picture. So I've heard at least two other people channelers talk about this, and when I asked myself, yes, so this is very much what is supposed to happen, where people are duking it out, but they're duking out some bullshit. I rather people duke out like conscious awakening questioning, stimulus that make you think. I rather people do have a duel like a lightsaber match for actual thinking topics. Hi, Catherine. It's honestly the stuff in the chat. It's not what Jason or Strack or even Jack, like whoever comes on. It's not what's going on with those guys. It's what's going on in the chat. And a lot, and I know for my own self, like I don't align with Strack. I respect him as a human being, but I don't align with 90% of things that come out of his mouth, and that his heart is really aligned with good. I'm not saying it isn't. I just have done more reading and research in the areas that he speaks on, that I have a different perception, and that's just me and my perception. You might align with him. That's fine, right? It's not about a competition of who to follow. You gotta listen and take in the information that's going to make you warm and fuzzy and align here, right? Like just because I don't align with Strack doesn't mean that I hate him. I think he's a beautiful human being. I met him in person twice. We had beautiful conversations. He's a good guy. I just some of the things he's been researching, it's to me and my observation, it's just off a document, one-sided, and we're going to get to that right here, right now, because I can't hold it back. I, I have, so there's one way of like, I get passionate, but I get silly when I get passionate with things. Like I used to be the New York, I mean, and Buckshot knows what a New Yorker female, I mean, I'm not Italian, but like I was raised nearly with all Italians around me. So there's some gangster in there that I used to project like, but I don't do that anymore. Thank God. That's like a child. But when I get excited, I try to be playful because I'm not here to project my truth. Like you have to believe me because I don't want you to believe me. I want you, and I'm not even saying go research. I'm saying go within yourself to ask if that aligns with you. Right? So yes, Ash Maya, you got to use your information, and for those of you that might be a little newer to me, that don't know the full story. So in New York, I didn't take this, and I was friends with JQ from like I followed him on Twitter, and then that was taken out, and then Facebook, and then he started doing his podcast. So like I've watched the first Jason Dean thing in the whole nine yards, right? In getting to contact with him, with Kelly Higgins, another person I used to talk to all the time. My situation was dire, like it's starting to become now. And I was talking with Jason with a lot of different books because I have a lot of book knowledge. And we just hit it off as friends and we were going back and forth on the phone. And eventually, telling him one day, yeah, I don't really know where to move. I have my house up for sale and I'm looking in different states and I can't find a house in my budget. He goes, have you ever considered Indiana? And lo and behold, the market was even getting worse when my house was finally sold. And I'm like, and I considered it. I did some research and I actually stationed myself near him, but looking around the region, not necessarily like, oh, I'm going to move around the corner from JQ, but I'm very close to him. There's a reason for that. There's always a reason for things to happen in the way they happen. And he's a major reason why I'm out here. And I was supposed to meet Dina and become her buddy and soul sister, right? Jason has a unique and very special mission. Jason also channels. He doesn't acknowledge it as much, but he channels. His information is necessary, not the hate components, but the historic and the connected dot components he makes to things. I haven't heard anybody else, whether he's right or wrong, make the connections he has. He is ridiculously smart. And that's why I'm glad. And he will take the shirt off his back. I know him like in person. He's a sweetheart. His knowledge is very important. And I know one of my major missions with him specifically is when he gets out of the duality of hate, shame, blame, and this side over that side, and he'll start understanding the at one mint we need to be coming into for God consciousness, not just Christ, God consciousness. That's when I'm going to step in more with my frequency and helping him out. It's not going to happen anytime soon, but it's going to be there. Yes, Charlene. Um, so why I started the show off with the ego and what happened in chat is very interesting. Um, Jason definitely has a clue, but he doesn't have like a bigger expansion of that, Leah. So I have watched Morgue Official for a long time. I like that Morgue talks about he first started with Hyperionism. Wasn't a total grab fan on the Hyperionism stuff that he was preaching. Um, but he had a lot of valid points. And then he started going off and changing the direction of his like thinking. And now he's like expanding a bit out of his biases in the universe. And he's changed his tune a bunch. I think he's very intelligent. He's very mathematical, logic, and reason based, not so much the spiritual. He's also very much into Hermeticism and the occult. So I like watching his perception and his viewpoints on a lot of things. I want to see, I'm going to get to that, John. Hang on. More just did a review of another person. I will not name this person. That is a UFO disclosure, Toth Enki Enlil supposed expert who Jason Brashears, I'll mention his name because he's freaking genius too. Jason Brashears, Archaics, has exposed. Now, I'm going to put a pause on that. And so, John Doe, here's the thing. I am going over this break. I am going to write Trump, Linda McMahon, and Indianapolis. I don't know where Trump's. Can anybody tell me where the library, Trump's library, is going to be? Before Jason even steps into a said White House, whether it be the winter or the summer one, or the corporation or the Republic one, I don't care. His library that he's been meticulously working on for a very long time needs to get acknowledged. So if anybody has within themselves the courage, I'm going to do it too. I want to write the White House also in terms of JQ has a library for you and everything has been documented from offline, not 1984, because now we're seeing 1984 take full effect with things being deleted. I honestly want enough of us to write to them to say, like, this needs to be included in this library. So we the fans, we the friends, we the family should start kind of putting it out there letter form that this genius has a library literally in his house with 1 point whatever million documents that would be very useful for your library. Would you accept it? And then go from there. I think that's worth all of us doing that for him. Um, Jack, but here's the problem. It's not the kind of form of meditation that I do. Like I could sit under my copper pyramid when Freya or Odin don't knock it down. And I actually sit and actually meditate. But reading is meditation. Walking and doing yard work. Jason does a shit ton of yard work. I'm not lying. Ask Dina. He's meditating. Meditation doesn't need to be you doing kumbaya or meditation is done by everybody differently. Jack definitely meditates, just not in conventional ways. Yeah, it is a letter worth writing. And I want to put this out there before I get back to morgue. Just because people say the White House, the white hats are watching, and this person's watching, and that thing, and that, this, and that, we really don't know if they really are or not. I honestly don't have a problem. The only problem I have with Lewis is a little bit of his ego. Um, I needed help and I was looking to him. I've messaged, I talked to him in person. Um, I cleared and I got Esther, the RV, cleansed and blessed by myself. Tangible evidence that that RV was giving them problems, and after I blessed it, it made it all the way to Las Vegas without an issue. Lewis steered me in the wrong direction, and his energy made me feel like, oh, I'm in it for a different reason. Um, Not a bad person. I don't hate him. I just not on the same frequency as him. I'm just gonna be honest. Um, my frequency more aligns with Bruce Poppy. I love Bruce. So this is, I mean, it's good to have this because when I read the Curtis book from the Message of Aquaria, I'm like I'm going through the book to find the section. I think it's like the way beginning. Um, it's talking about what I'm trying to basically convey. Morg watched the debate of a said personality that a lot of people look up to, and he talks to Greer, another person I have a problem with. Um, and in a very it's like a doc kind of guy, a guy who's been to seminary and has his degrees and very, very, very studied in the Bible and different types of Bibles and all of that stuff. So this one person and this other person had a debate. And then this said person, UFO kind of person, put out a 3-hour rant, and Moore goes and does a review of this rant. The said said person who talks UFO stuff like is the authority about the Emerald tablets. Now I'll give you a bigger picture of who that person is. Not giving them my energy. And this person who's a Bible scholar, okay, there's a debate. So Morg is talking about, look, yeah, well, I have agreements with this person and I have agreements with this person. Okay, but this person here is now like, I'm suing all you people. You unfairly X, Y, and Z. I'm all this, and then here comes the ego. Mr. I talk ascension, UFOs, and all this beautiful content that you're taking books literal. It's interpretations. You're saying absolute these things have happened, and you can't, you jump timelines, things change. We have the Simpsons and the Mandela effect to agree with this. Morg is pointing out, like, why are you giving us like your body weight? Why are you telling us about the money that you have and all the expenditures that you do and all these grandiose things? That's your fucking ego talking, you narcissist. And that, yes, let go of the ego. I don't have syrup on it, so you can just go over there. You're not that tasty. So the ego gets in charge. And a lot of the people that are CNNing right now, and CNN syndrome in my eyes is where doesn't matter what side you're on, people are dictating to you information as if it's going to actually be so, and not saying, well, it's a potentiality, but really speaking it as if it's going to happen because they have inside sources and this person told them and that person. It's a chain of the baby telephone. I wish I had a banana because I can do a banana phone. I do it with the kids. I take a banana, have a phone. Um, but there's a difference between like my situation and to people who are all about money, right? I am actually working a physical job full time. It's not paying that well, but then again, I'm looking around my area, there isn't really good paying jobs. I need 2 of them. But that's not me not going out and putting my effort into finding another job. right? So all I'm saying is I'm having a raffle and I'm that's just to take care of when I'm not getting paid the next 2 weeks that I can actually eat, right? And that's a real thing. You could look at me 2 years ago, I was 97 pounds. You saw it. You saw me hangry. I needed a Snickers. And we saw me when everything was great and I was happy. And now I'm getting back to a place I don't want to be. I'm not here selling pyramid schemes and products. And not to say I'm not here to judge people who do that. That's great if that's what they need to do. Fine. I don't believe in stuff like that. I believe in energy exchange. That's not a hard thing to do. And that's another reason why I stick with Jason, because he's never really asked, we asked to help other people. And I know that stuff does go to other people. People can tell you the amount of stuff I've packed up with Dina and Michelle to send off to North Carolina. Holy shit. So I know things are getting and they're going where they're going. I'm a testament to that. Yes. I being an empath, and all of you that are empaths in here can comment. I can't be around physicality around people that are inauthentic. I can't do it. I shut down, I become silent, and I will not share anything. And this is me at work. Um, I can't share any of that. Morg was pointing this out in his video. Morg changes his tune a bunch, but that's okay. We're all going to change our perceptions of how things work. Because reality is shifting constantly and the timelines are moving and jumping. We have time dilations. We are like superseding. So things are going to change. Our perceptions, our thinking is going to change. That's not a bad thing. And it's okay if you like, I could say this. I used to spew hate, put them in the wood chippers. I let them hang. I want to see everybody die. I was a part of that bandwagon. I was. But then I went further in depth within myself to say, okay, wait a second, this is not adding up now. Wait. Oh, if we're all one, how does this make sense? If we're all one, why would I want my other self dead? What happens if I was Genghis Khan in another life? But 98% of my soul's life existence was positive. What happens if I was Saint Germain in one life, Archangel Michael in the next, and then whoever is the worst person on the planet at the moment? Hillary Clinton, right? So you're judging my one life and this one conscious experience compared to the 98 million lives I've lived positive. I look at the bigger picture of the ineptitude of things. I don't have I need readers. So hi, whoever just walked in. Israel. Hi. That's amazing. Thank you, D. I sent I had a jacket. I did send. I don't know if it got there. The post office here, the tracking numbers suck. You can't see anything. I need to get to the doctor, but I can't afford glasses, so I'm gonna just ask Dina if she has the 1,000 pairs of readers she doesn't use anymore, if I can have a pair. And it's just really one eye, but like I get fuzzy. So hi, Corinne. How are you guys? So me talking about these other people's egos and stuff, it's a if it where are you picking and choosing where you're battling your energy? Right? Are you perpetuating the hate so it continues on? Or are we going to say, okay, indifference? That's another aspect of source playing itself out, or the energy thereof in quantum physics, the entanglement to all things. Is this playing out over here? What am I learning from that? Am I having compassion for those other selves that are over there having an experience that God in them have a contract with? And I gotta say, okay, that includes children. We all look at children, no, I'm being channeled. We look at children as innocent beings, but are you looking at their souls, not their body? Souls. Take that into consideration. Yips. El Sunray. We are all the same soul age. I was explaining this to a teacher that another para. I work in a different room on Fridays, and she's very much like super interested in the things that I do, and she's open enough to accept the things that I say, or at least be open to hearing them. So I was explaining to her, God said frequency, vibration, distortion, quirks and atoms whirling around, and here comes physicality. This is just a shell. We chose our parents, we chose our story, our circumstances, our race, the country in which we are birthed in, everything. We chose our catalysts, the major ones. Right. I think the only thing your free will really enacts is the choice that you already made, but you're allowed to live the experience. And if you decide midway through your life, well, I rather just be negative, you're course correcting anyway. You wrote it. You're just choosing that timeline to experience. So your free will is really you choosing what timeline to jump yourself into. You wrote billions. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because honestly, it's my left eye that's extremely fuzzy. Like I could still see, but I can't see words. The words like do this. But I mean, I can still make out things. This it's just really blurry. This eye I close and I'm it's starting to get worse, but it's fine. Both eyes open, I'm 2020. So I got those glasses that have the little poke holes and stuff, but it throws off my depth perception and I get dizzy. So I gotta start wearing those again. But unless you really think and go in here, your soul is as old as mine. When people say, well, I have past lives and I've lived this long, like I could say, I've lived 28,628 lives in physical form. That doesn't mean human. That's also terrestrial, extraterrestrial, interdimensional physicality of beings. Right. So it doesn't mean I have lived all those lives as a human. It means I've been physical all those times. So that's a lot of time in linear space time to think about. But at the crux of the beginning of beginnings, that God said, I'm going to take this section of myself and we're going to have a party over here on earth. We wrote the story. And each lifetime we have physically, consciously been in, we all have a story. We are learning different aspects of self in every one of the lives that you have lived. Some of them are one of those lives that you're just like, fuck it. I don't care. Other lives, it's you got everything that you ever wanted. In other lives, it's the struggle and how do you overcome the adversity? How do you play mental gymnastics? This one particular life, yes, Charlene, we all orchestrated this movie together and how we are going to slow walk this experiment, because it is an experiment. The experiment has been wiped out a few times. That holds credence. But they are concurrently happening in this now moment, just in a different dimensional vibrational state from yours. That you have a lot of you out there. That's why my pie chart, I have to draw up a new one. All of you are composed of different fractals of different things. Like some of you who are into math, you have mathematicians coming through you. I have artists coming through me, teachers coming through me. All of you have aspects of different things because that in all its essence combined to the one will make the harmony and unity easier because everybody can contribute something. We all have this perception that to be successful, you need a boatload of money and all these experiences to be had. And you don't. We need to redefine what success means. We need to redefine how we view the world. And that right now is being molded and shaped as we mature our thinking. So when said ufologist, tough, Enkian little expert, is making claims and talking, and everybody's is listening to him and soaking it up and making it so. I'm not saying everything he says is wrong, but it's his perception. And he's been fact checked by Morg, who is very well studied and read like I am, and is like, and your ego is not making it any better. If you have all this money that you claim you have, it sounds like PG, where I'm going to sue you for libel. I'm going to sue you for libel. I have all this information and knowledge. And okay, great. Do you want a trophy, a participation sticker? I will give you the gold star. And people latch like CNN. It's a CNN syndrome. Latch onto these people as if their information's finally John Doe caught who it is that I am speaking of. Jason Bashir's also rips him a new one and got some content out there that is exposing his true character. Hi, Judy. Yay, Judy. So, John, you won. You won. You figured out who I'm talking about. Bye, Ark. Thank you for coming. So said person is doing what CNN does to that other side, right? Telling you all the fanciful things you want to hear because it's expanded truth, and it's just a perception. It's just a perception. Could it be? So we have a multiverse. So the version of which this person is speaking of, Mr. UFOlogist, is playing out in another paradigm over here, but it isn't in this paradigm. Remember, your thoughts create things. This is why the CNN syndrome is very dangerous. This is why we really need to discern what we take into our vehicle. If you can't objectively, okay, objectively take in information and go, wait a second, that's not something I align with. I'm blocking this from my field of energy. You're not manifesting for them. Hi, Alpha and Omega. You're not manifesting for them. But if you are unintentionally listening to people and like they're making claims that this is the end all be all and this is true because I said so, and you believe it, are you aligning with that truth? Because when you think about it, you're feeding either their paradigm to manifest or the paradigm that you belong to, you're manifesting for. And you might be a little confused as to, is this real? Before you put your thought into motion, into will to make a manifestation happen, you need to go here first. Here first. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Yule. Today's Yule. Hi, all my pagans out there. Happy Yule. There's no right or wrong paradigm. Happy holidays. Love and light to all. For those of you who get offended when I say blessings, I love you anyway. Humbled hellos. Um, we this is something that I know a lot of you are really good at practicing is the objective listening. There is a lot of false light. There's a lot of people on the and that are unbeknownst to them on the negative side. Okay. These people are not aware of it. They're not in the awareness. They think they're speaking the light of God. And yesterday, during the second part of the Soul's Guerdon, which is the gift, I'm going to read a little bit of this because it puts what I'm saying into context. If I'm not conveying it right, I hope I am. This hit me in a certain way because it's the very same things I'm just saying. It's just worded differently. We got to take into consideration that where you place your energy is where it flows. If you take anything away from the last like 20 minutes of the things I have ever said, where you put your energy is where things flow. Right? But you got to use your logic and reason in where your energy flows. Like I'm trying to I am making it and putting it out into the universe that I am just going to let the universe flow through me. I am giving my faith all is going to be fine. Everything in my 3D world will be fine because universe is going to find a way for me to figure it out. I'm giving it up and putting faith into the universe. I'm letting it go. So many sincere students are wondering just what they may expect as a guerdon for the personal self. Must they spinningly accept poverty, incompetency, illness, and misery and say, it matters not what my personality is, for my real self is divine and is master of all worldly conditions? Big time. As a result of such an attitude, we see many earnest workers either neglecting to develop and perfect the personality or even cultivating eccentricities, which often make their personalities very unattractive. Hence said the person that John mentioned earlier. On the other hand, some claim that the personality is everything, is all that the world can see. Hence, they feel that they must conform to the opinion of the world and use their power of will to suppress all that does not meet with the world's approval. They say, if I would help humanity, I must impress it by making great claims. UFologists over here, that person. I must strive to appear as Superman, or I cannot accept a following. Thus do many who are seeking to do the Father's will strive to build up a great personality that will attract the admiration of the world. They feel that the work they would do is truly the Father's work. Yet, since they have not learned to separate the eternal from the transitory, the real self from its outer vesture or instrument personality, or the innate from the house in which it dwells, they truly believe that only as their personality attracts can they become effective, useful spiritual teachers of men. And they and many there be who follow after such personalities, the greater the claims put forth, the greater the crowd. And the greater the adulation of the crowd, the greater the inflation of personality. Chicken drop. If my book was on it's on this side of me. See, Corinne, good for you. Those are not really your friends. I've always been the black sheep of my family. They knew it. To this day, not many follow the things that I say. And then years later, I get the apology. I should have listened to you. No, you didn't listen to me because it wasn't your time to hear my words. And you needed to walk your experience in order for you to gain the understanding of what I was saying. Now that you have an understanding, I'm glad that you finally came to the admittance that I had some valid points. I don't need to be an ego to take in the compliment or the apology. You just say, well, it wasn't your time to hear it. One of my nurses was like, you kind of scared me because a couple of years ago you made a lot of claims and they are now coming to fruition. I'm so sorry for doubting you. I said, no, you weren't ready to hear that truth. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And a lot of the people that are what happened yesterday in the chat, that's where they're at. And that makes me sad, but this is the reality that I'm living in. There's still a lot of people going back to the book and going back to said this person and debating this person that Morg was commenting on. Dude, even PG. People like, oh my God, a carrot on a stick dangling. Oh, my insider said that this is going to happen at this time because this is what's going on, and I have a secret info. Oh, because we have a cog, no one can know. So people kept going back and back each and every week to hear the spew of shit. Just my perception of it, it was poo poo. That's right, Ashmaya. All these people, right, that we follow, if you're not going within to know if that information hits, if it doesn't hit, it's not to say don't listen to them, just be objective with the information they're giving you. Right? You have to fine tune what you're listening and putting your energy into. You're not going to get anywhere by having someone shout at you and this is it and this is the end all be all of all truths and because I said so. No. There is no real truth in it depends on the frequency you're sitting in. And there's things that are true but not in this reality. We're talking Tartaria, that's in another paradigm playing out over there. That is happening right now concurrently in our time frame. It's just over there. We can't see it, but it's happening. The Atlantis fell. Everybody's perception of the fall is different because it's where the fractal of energy that you were sitting in has a different perception. Just like okay, I'm going to go here. Thank you, John. That's exactly what you need to do. Right? And yourself is a microcosm of the macrocosm of all of the selves that are doing the same. That's all source expressing itself. The truth is here. It's not outside of you. I was talking about in one of the Curtis books, they're talking about the veil. Law of one, the veil, it's gone, it's going bye-bye, and it's going to do it slowly. Because if you were to be revealed, if I was to be revealed 28,000 plus souls that I have lived in, not all of them hold any kind of significance to this one reality I'm living in right now. That's why we're here. We have to hold, this is my mission is not an easy one, and that's many of you are on the same mission. Honestly. We have to hold, like I said with the kids, Corey pointed it out on the Time Is Now on Monday. I'm holding frequency for children who cannot verbalize or express themselves in normal cultural standards, right? Thank you, Scott. Oh my goodness. Scott, you get a free entry into winning my pyramid because of that. I'm gonna cry. Thank you. I'm humbled. Um, you're getting an entry. I'm writing that down. That's going to be held January 3rd. For those of you who just came in, I am doing a raffle for that beautiful pyramid I just held up. All of you who are members are getting a free entry, and Scott is getting one too, because that is amazing. Thank you. All of you are on the same vibration as me. We're on this wave band length. It's a wavelength, it's a band, and we're all here. There's ups and downs on that frequency, but we're up here, right? And we're here to share our frequency with those that are on the lower bandwidths of frequency. That's just saying different forms of light. We have to be the models. Like I have to go into the classroom and model behavior. I sit with the child in a high chair. I have to put the child in a high chair because when he eats, he takes too much food into his mouth and then his food becomes a choking hazard. So I have to cut up his food because the lunch ladies don't do it. I cut up his food into little morsels, and then I get food that another kid isn't going to eat because I have some picky eaters. That's autism for you. So I cut the food up, and then I show him, look at me. And I show that I'm swallowing. I'm like, you do it. We got to model the behavior, right? Instead of saying someone really trying me yesterday with the be less, you know that I'm not saying that in a demeaningful way when I say blessings. It's a greeting that I use because most people know where I'm intending that from my heart space, that I'm really saying hi. Instead of just saying hi, I'm saying blessings. That's just how I go about myself. If you don't want to accept that greeting, great. Don't negate be less. Okay, so that's a perception you're holding in your heart, and that's fine. But why are it was coming very out in an attack. And I knew and I feel intentions from people. And it was left field. Amongst the other things that I project into the chat to seed. And I know many of you do a really good job at seeding because I read chats. I'm just not commenting them there. I mean, even Miss Dina knows because she's also watching. She's seeing the seeds being sown. And that's what a lot of us are doing. Some of us do it in our unique way, and others just like bring the friendliness and the beautifulness that needs to unfold in a chat. It's when the ego gets involved and the personality is a little too bigger for its britches and is at you, you're like, whoa. That's where we need to start unifying more. What I saw the other day was ego, too much of it from people. And they're at the frequency where they need to be. And I give compassion and grace, but that doesn't mean I need to feed that energy. I guess. So I happen to live in a very blue part of the state, even though my state's very red. And I'm in a classroom with beautiful souls who are not Biden. Like, love. Now, this was a true test for me, coming into neutrality and having to be around conversations that I could have been like, okay, JQ on speed dial. It's what is that stupid show? The one that you could call in, call a friend. I wish but instead of like being, I know it, I know this is, I'm going to give you my truth. I'm going to spew all this stuff. Here's how I go about it. Because this came up today. A lot of the people here are very afraid of the state of Indiana because it sucks. The educational system, well, it's going to get rid of all of it. I said, okay, so instead of feeding the negation that you feel in your heart and your perception that everything is going to collapse and end, I said, yeah, I mean, we can laugh all day too, but it's not going to help a collective of people that feel that they know the and be and are in the ego sense of authority on ascension. No one is, not even myself. So today, sitting in my classroom, yes, thank you. Who wants to be a millionaire? Yes, I wish I had JQ on the I would die. Um that would be great. But I had to take a different approach. So instead of being dialing a friend and getting the answer, they were talking about education. So I said, so instead of feeding the negativity that you're perpetuating within yourself, that, oh, my job's in jeopardy and these people are in a cult and oh my gosh, I said, so you see these people that way and they see you the same way. This isn't going to get humanity anywhere. I said, if we're going back to the crux of the beginning of our country, the Articles of Confederation is where you really need to look. And this is where reform is really going to start happening. I said, if you really read all up onto your history, you would know that the Constitution is a document under the corporation and not necessarily the republic. You would know that the corporation is under uh bankruptcy since 2020, right? So we have these legal documents that state these things. They're not null and void, they're here. And I said to them, if the military were, they mentioned the military amongst a lot of other things. I said, well, doesn't matter what side they're on or their political stance, they signed up for a job and have a duty to uphold documents. If they're not doing their job, I said, I could be the biggest MAGA occultist you can be in your presence. I probably am. But I am not shunning your perception of reality because that's yours to have and not mine. I'm not putting you down. What I'm trying to do is say, hey, look at a bigger picture. It's going to happen anyway, so let's make it happen in the way that we want it. How do we want education to unfold moving forward? Because it's not working where it is now. I said my situation shouldn't be that I'm making $15 an hour. I am not salaried. I am not taking importance. Yeah, teachers are held to a higher standard, but so am I to a certain extent. Why am I not getting paid that way? Why do I walk into a classroom and it's not even set up for the type of kids that need certain things? Oh, well, because we don't have it in our budget. Well, where the fuck is the money? Special education gets a lot of extra money. Where is this money going? Because it's not going into my classroom. The autistic children and kids with delays and kids that have, that are on the slower side, they're not stupid. They are just not conforming to indoctrinated in education. They're not here. That's not their purpose here. They're here to teach compassion and grace. Their education is null and void. It doesn't matter. They got to learn in a different way, and we need to be the way showers for that different way. Being said, school choice is great, and I'm all for it, but you got to look at the circumstances in your town and be really realistic with it. Not everybody has a home that can have homeschooling. If you are walking into half of these kids that I'm in that come to my school, half of them are in hotels. The other half are in dire straits. My school does a buddy bag program. They get food every week. At the end of the week, they get a huge bag of food that they take home. It's like going to the food bank. So please explain to me how safe are some of these kids are safer. Many of these kids are safer in the school building during the day. And it's patriots like me that are going to lead the way in reforming education where these kids are going to have a place and they're going to get the proper education. That can't happen when you have one side saying, and this side going, and we're not meeting in the middle and actually talking about like, how do we advance this and what can we use? I don't care about your political affiliation. It means nothing to me. You're a fantastic teacher. What are the ideas? What is your perfect world classroom look like? What is the curriculum, perfect world curriculum that you would use working with these kids? And then you could take it to the general ed situation. I'm just using education as a fixed point. Exactly, John. And that is very true. But that's where a lot of us need to mature the seeding of information, right? I'm always saying we're one in chats. Like we are one. So why are you ignoring and putting off your other selves that's outside of you? All of you are expressions of me that I'm not expressing in this body. I'm not goth girl. I chose a theme to play on God's given stage. I'm going to just use the term God because everybody can equate to what I'm saying. I'm on a stage playing a role, but they didn't choose that. Yet they did. They choose to have catalysts of experience. Whether they're sacrificed or not, their soul knew it. Like I was going back to the soul age. We're all the same soul age. It's just how many times you came into a physical form that people go and count. So a child has the same age soul as you as an adult. It might have more wisdom because they might have actually lived more physicality than you have. So we got grasping for straws and non information that's not that important, right? And this is what I'm saying with this said person here and this biblical scholar, like a guy that is like Doc, right? I love Doc, and he has a lot of great information. And if he were to go up against this guy over here, Mr. Ego, this guy would lose. And it's not about winning or losing. It's just like, okay, there was an inference. I rather go inside and align with the people that are making a difference in this world. Today, I encourage everybody to go onto Brian Scott's channel. He has, let me get to it. It's a Daniel Scranton channeling. It's operating as source. I started listening to this um right before I went live. Now, as ridiculous as Daniel Scranton, he's like, he does a lot of that. Like, I also tune and tone if I'm going in trance. I won't do it. Um, but like to clear energy or to I'm always rubbing my hands. This is a thing that I do. Um, Another epiphany mind drop download I got today. When Daniel is channeling and he's channeling these small spurts of information, I'm connected to the same beings as he is, especially the Archangel Collective. He channeled Michael during a Brian Scott interview, and it brought me just about to tears listening to the words that Michael is portraying and speaking out through Daniel. And like, no wonder why it's a similar message. It's because this is what's coming through me. I'm just conscious. That validates more for myself. I know what I am, that I am. I'm not putting myself on a pedestal here. If you go back into my videos and hear my messaging and you're listening to his channeling, very similar concepts and words are being spoken. All of you, whether you want to be in the awareness or not, are also like me. Yes, Scott Pace. Yes. If anybody ever wondered why I read certain books in the time that I read the chapters, in fact, look at it. It's not even me consciously doing it either. Like, I just chose books like Your Rancher. This is year what, maybe 3 I'm reading it. A Waspy, I'm almost done with the book, but this is like a 2-year journey of reading these books. But even Manly P. Hole's The Secret Teaching of All Ages, the Kabbalion, and all the other occulty books I've read, including the Curtis books, everything succinctly starts happening and is start appearing in the out world that everybody else is speaking about. Right now, the stuff that I'm reading off of the Curtis books is very much what's being channeled by not just Daniel Scranton, it's by Quo, Bashar, this one, that one, this one, that one, Paul Selig. All these people, all these entities are speaking similarities that you can't just ignore. And when I'm reading it and I'm then doing my own stuff, it's the same. So if you're a part of that paradigm and that you're getting it, you're syncing with it, you're going in with it and going, oh, I feel that. Oh yeah, this is here. You're on the right track. And the same thing with certain books that I have a lot of books behind me I have not read yet. It's just not divine timing to read it. The Reconstructing Reality, that book was like, you must read this now. What, Spirit? No, no, you got to read it now. Now, now, now. Transylvania Sunrise, had to read it in that moment in time. Needed to be read. He's one of the only few channels. I have a book behind me. It's about channeling. It's an older book. I bought it a while ago because I was I didn't know that I was channeling. I didn't grasp the concept. Hang on, let me see if I could find it now that I'm live and I'm here. I got wires everywhere. Bum, 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 bum. Angel wings. And it snowed here today, FYI. It sucked. It snowed. Pretty, but it snowed. Don't, don't. This is gonna make me do the chicken. Hang on, chicken. All right, a little catalyst. Opening to channel, how to connect with your guide. I'm jealous. It was 20 something degrees. Actually, it wasn't that cold. I've noticed when it snows here, it actually warms up. So it wasn't like 5 degrees. It was 20 something degrees, but very, very, very windy. This is one of the older books that I have in my mediumship collection. And then channeling what it is and how to do it. Um, this one I've had a long time. Uh, it's not about channeling your guide. Your guide is you and other fractals of you. Oh, that's horrible, Ashmaya. If you are interested in knowing how you are channeling, hang on, chicken again, chicken, chicken. There it goes. Um, those are really good books to start yourself out on, and also mediumship books also are very handy with the meditations and different strategies you can use to tap into yourself. Not, I was told multiple times I'm a medium. But then when I read the different variations of mediumship, like Amy, I like to watch if I do watch television, it's very inoften that I do. Amy Allen of the Travel Channel, she's not on the show anymore, but Dead Files. She's one of the most valid mediums I've come across on television stuff. Um, she was working with like a skeptic, like a New York City detective, and the show is great. I'm not. I figured out from watching her, I am not the physical channel. Like I can't walk into a building. I could feel the energy. I could feel like just stagnant energy and events that could have occurred that got stuck in the woodwork. I could feel that, but I can't give you the story behind it. I don't know the guy that's in the corner over there. I don't know his story. I can't tap into that. That's just not my ability. I'm a mental medium. I get messages from spirit. I could connect with my parents, but it's more messages than it is a clear conduit back and forth conversation. I don't have conversations with my parents. They give me signs and symbols that they were around. Like the other day, my teacher's child had to come in early. Her daughter and her other daughter is sick, and he had to come in with her. And he's like, "Oh, why does mommy have a dime and pennies in the desk?" I said, "Oh, hi, mom and dad." And he goes, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, my mommy and daddy are in heaven." He's a little kid, so he's not going to understand anything I tell him about energy. So I just kept it very plain and simple. I'm like, "Yeah, my parents are passed away and they come through as pennies and dimes." So yeah, I get messages that pop in about other people, but I don't have like I can't go in tune to a grandparent of somebody and say, oh, like grandma left you $100 in an envelope. Did you look in that birthday card? Like I don't have that ability. I wish I did, but I'm sure if I were to go develop it, it could hit, but that's just not where my soul calls for. It's a good tool to have. But when I read about clear conduit channeling, and Jason does this, I do it, but I didn't know it at first. A good friend of mine, another soul sister that I used to work with, said, Allison, you don't fucking shut up and let anybody speak. I'm like, oh my gosh. Was I like she snapped me out of a state that I wasn't aware that I was in? And I go check the mirror, my face is beet red. I'm hot. And I apologize to her. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's overcome me. And then a few weeks later, I got this sign from spirit like, no, you're channeling. We're giving everybody in the room that needs to hear it a message. You're just the conduit to speak it. Oh. Hi, Sparky. Oh. After becoming aware that I was channeling, that whatever was coming out of my mouth, that I was in an erratic state. I wasn't shutting up. I wasn't like letting other people into the conversation. Oh, and since then, and that's like 7 years ago, I started to notice the changes in my energy, and I now call it, even on this channel, I'll call it out. Oh no, I'm channeling. Because now I'm aware of the frequency changes within myself and the different levels of frequency coming through me. I still, I kind of know the angel frequency, archangel frequency. I haven't yet gotten, if I'm doing the Arcturian thing, because I'm very much the alignment of Daniel Scranton, Alexander Quinn. Another one that he's authentic. Those two don't know each other, don't know even if they exist. I don't think Alexander knows that Daniel exists. I don't think Daniel knows Alexander exists. And their messages are in alignment. And then when I hear what I say, I'm in alignment with them. So I might have some Arcturians coming through me. I might have the Pleiadians coming through me. But I'm not special, because all of you that are in chat are also channels. You just have to figure out what frequency band that you are thinking in, that you're collecting the information from. So keep that in mind. Like, I'm just so what a wave shower is somebody who is in an awareness state, helping you get to where I am. And that's not a podium platform egotistical saying. That I want more people on my wavelength. It's very alone. That's the hermit's journey. I want to have beautiful conversations with the right people that get the message, and the people that get the message are on the same frequency bandwidth that all of you are on. Hi, Christina. That's okay. So, unlike Rumble, right? Like I got Dina to do the We Not Me. Like she didn't want to bother me. because she knows that I've been like really busy. So she was asking other people to help her get Jason online. But then she ended up having to text me anyway. Really cute. But I can't figure out the coding to link my Zoom and my YouTube together so that the notification does go out earlier. It's just like Rumble. I used to put when I did putting up the shows, I put it up 2 hours, sometimes three, so that it hit people's emails and algorithm. And then the more people that hit like and just sit in the chat, that gives everybody an opportunity to say hi and chit chat. Don't know how to get that going. I will figure it out. But I did put on Facebook if you're my friend. I do have it on We Not Me, but not on the We Not Me channel itself. I put it in chat because once again, I'm not here to leverage myself on another channel. I'm not here to use Jason. He's my friend. Hang on. I'm trying to pull up a picture and I have 1,000 people fighting for Allison's attention. So I had a cute little kitty. That's little Freya. I had to put the ball there for it to look cute. That's like a sticker. But I put this today up, and that picture was taken. It's kind of cut off, but the lovely Ash Maya sent me some beautiful things from Ireland, Erie. And one of them happened to be a really cute craft that Ash Maya makes. It's a cat paw. And she made one for Freya, and I was showing Freya what was made for her. And she just wanted to pat it, and it was the cutest picture ever. And I made that my announcement. So I do post announcements on Telegram, Facebook, Truth Social. I don't know if this one too, Instagram. And I'm not a fan of Instagram, by the way. I'm not a fan of Instagram. Why? Don't ask me. I don't know. No, it didn't send. Meep. I don't align with that from I don't align with that from Alexander Quinn by that's sad. That's awesome, Corinne. Like I said, I'm not alone. I am not alone. I'm so happy you said that. It just validates I'm not alone. I'm not the only one speaking to beings. But the beings are not necessarily speaking to me, they're speaking through me. I'm just a conduit holding space, right? Um, so 15, 16, 15, I can't say. Percent of our soul in this timeline today, this body. I don't agree with that. That's okay. You go cook dinner. Dinner, chicken winner. I'm all for cooking dinner. Um, all for that. I'm trying. So I'm trying to see in what context he's talking about. What's the rest of the soul? If there's 16% of what? My fractal that's in this body? I could say that's possibly so. But then for me, I have the awareness that my 6.5 density higher self merged into this vehicle since 2017. And my higher self that is navigating this vehicle is almost 7.5 eighth density. That's my higher self that I'm working with from my 6.5 density self that's in this vehicle. I'm gonna get to your comment, Christina, in a second. So I have to, I'm gonna go check out that podcast after. I'm curious in what context he meant that in. Um, because like I said, we have a pie chart of what inhabits our soul and what makes our soul up. Like I have a large fraction of the Archangel Collective that works through me, works with me. I am an archangel incarnate from my understanding. I also have Lyran, Arcturian, Syrian, Lyran, Alpha Centaurian. I have a couple of artists working through me, mystics working through me, metaphysicians working through me. You know, there's a whole plethora of things that make up my soul. So if I only have 16%, what is inhabiting the rest of the soul? I'm aware of my oversoul and what many of the aspects of my oversoul is. I'm aware of half of my guides that are me in different forms. I'm very much from the Norse paradigm. I have a fractal of Freya as a giant in me. I also have a lot of elementals, a lot of fae. I have a lot going on. I'm aware of. So I have to go back and see it and feel it for myself. Christina, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Now, I'm going to give you this. When we have dreams like that, when we have dreams like that, we are literally pulling ourselves from those paradigms. Because most of us seen war. We could have been male or female. In most of our lives, we've had a balance of both. You're being shown that you can jump to a different timeline in another dimensional space. It's not far from happening. You just need to live in the frequency long enough to do it. That's why Bashar always says that you have to live to your highest excitement and joy. The problem is the human experience in 3D doesn't really necessarily allow such things to occur. As I always go back and refer to the Hook movie, Robin Williams being Peter Pan, when the fairy dust was sprinkled on him and you have to have a happy thought to fly, he can't hold his happy thought because he doesn't know what the fuck happy thoughts are until he figured out it's his kids. And then he was able to fly to Never Never Land. But he had to hold this state of frequency in order to lift up and hold it there to get to that state of ecstasy. It's peachy. So when we are thinking about our highest excitement, there's a lot to pull from that. Girl, you are on a 13th dimensional chakra right now. I love you. I haven't had my neutral beings back in my awareness. Um, I have at least two that I am strongly connect. I know I'm tied to them somehow. They're a part of my mission. They brought me to Asgard. Um, but I haven't had any of those vivid dreams in a while because I'm dealing with catalysts and I need to learn from the extremes of the second downfall of life and the collapse. So when I go through major catalysts, I am not given too many opportunities to speak to those other beings. But that's freaking awesome. Yeah, work sucks. I really wish I had more time. Um, the during the week I was with Viking and the girls. One of them I posted on Facebook, had a choir recital, and she was the only one to have a solo, and she blew us away. I started crying, like tearing up in my eyes because she's not even my kid. But that came out of you? What? That was like game changer. So that melted my heart. It was beautiful to see. And that's why I wasn't on things are back and forth. But so things like my 3D life can't be ignored. This is where my balance needs to be, like I have to check myself. I live too much up here and not in my body for the most part. Like I'm not, I'm up there, but I'm still physically here having to live a life. That's what I chose to do. So I have to ground between the as above, so below aspect. Buckshot, I admire your working and I thank you for your support. Trust me, when I'm with Viking, I am watching podcasts. I might not be able to talk all the time, but I'm there. When we understand that we chose this life to experience, and it's like learning how to balance this to here, that's what I'm still going through the process of. It is really recognizing, okay, I am way too over here. I'm not okay. So I know all about this stuff, and I'm in my heyday up here, but like what's suffering down here is just about everything that I need to tackle. Yes, please don't forget because I just saw that Buckshot data update. If you are on We Not Me and you would like to chit chat with some of the people that are in this chat, it just disappeared off of my Telegram fingers. Hang on, let me get there. So I get the information properly. So there's an open Zoom hosted by Mr. Buckshot, our lovely friend in the chat. And it's tomorrow at 1 Central, 2 Eastern, right? Buckshot? Or 12. Oh no, hang on. So 2 Eastern, 1 Central PM, US and Canada time. The link is there for you to join. So please Go support Mr. Buckshot. And Buckshot is I hope Janine is feeling better. Buckshot also is on Turn the Page with Janine. I don't know what her schedule is looking like. Yes. Go hang out with Buckshot. I know when I was with Dina during my vending event, I popped in with her and said hi to everybody. Um, I might do it tomorrow. We'll see. I'm seeing what's going on. I'm going with the flow of the life. I might actually be able to sleep in a little bit tomorrow. It is a support group and it's a support group of lovely people. I why I mentioned the ego because what Backshot is doing and what I'm doing is helping people come together that having similar experiences and that are having just the need to vent and just to talk and just be amongst like-minded people. It's a beautiful thing. It's great. I don't see that there are a lot of personalities, like I was reading earlier from the book. There's a lot of personalities that have ego blocking their true essence. So please keep in mind your ego. You're still needing your ego. But what is happening with many of us is we're going through the dark night of the humanity soul. We're going through the dark night. Individually, we're also going through a lot of things that are testing and trying us right now. Keep in mind that your ego and your higher self are merging, where now your higher self is leading your ego, and your ego is no longer going to hinder you with the negativity that it blocks you from obtaining the outside world things. Well, let's just say I because of the kids, it's Christmas time. Um okay, my school in New York, when I worked in New York, did not do holidays. Everything was based off of academic success. And before the break, we had like a family get together, but it wasn't, there was no one religion. It wasn't allowed to be celebrated. Everybody was just about like snowflakes and the snowman. No Santa, no nothing. Okay, so polarized onto the opposite side, I come to Indiana here and it's very Christian Bible based. Everything is Christmas, not one menorah, not one Kwanzaa light, no Yule, no, not like it's just Christmas. I'm like, oh, happy pagan day to me. But everything's so I've been waking up and getting to work super early to make ornaments for children. They came out really freaking cute, by the way. But I've been really coming home exhausted. Beat, done. Last night, I'm like, oh, I can go to sleep at 9:30. This is a little past my bedtime too. I usually try to go to sleep around 9. Oh, what the hell is outside? So I didn't know if it was Little Thor. I have a possum and a raccoon that sometimes comes and eats little Thor's food. And because it's been cold and a little like rainy and snowy, I leave his dry food outside. So if he wants to come and eat it, he likes whatever I just bought. He's eating it up. So I'm thinking it's an opossum that the cats are seeing, and I get up to like, why are you smacking the window? Oh no, it's little Thor. They like woke me up it was like 10 o'clock. I was only like half asleep and I heard this and I'm like, oh gosh. So yeah. Have a good night. Oh, trust me, half of my building was out with the stomach flu and now they're trying, oh my God, RSV. So feel better. Um, this is also something that's coming in right now from upstairs. Make sure, and I have to know this for myself, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, taking rest, drinking enough water, um, cleansing. I'm not saying to cleanse to detox. Too much detox is actually very harmful for your body. I only know this because I've had enough elimination diets from allergies, going through illnesses and not knowing what's wrong with me. I had to do food elimination and then kind of detox all the chemicals out of me. In doing that process, I got so much sicker because I wasn't knowing or aligning with what actually makes my body work. There is no one and done diet. There's no one and done application. Everybody's bodies run differently. Everybody's body is etherically upgrading. So if you do feel fluey and sick, it's upgrades, but also like know that this is a 3D body and you got to take care of yourself. You know, you could tell me ascension symptoms all day long, but if your ear is like nonstop humming and buzzing, you might want to see a doctor. And not all of those doctors are bad. The system sucks, but they still will hold a purpose. Hmm. They still hold a purpose, by the way. So something I want to impart, I'm not leaving, don't worry, but something I want to impart on all of you is when you're listening to me, you're listening to Brian Scott, Alexandra Quinn, Daniel Scranton, and like the thousands of others beautiful souls talking. What are you aligning with? And are you saying the same thing? Maybe just worded differently, but the intention and the feeling feels the same because you're going here. When you can recognize that, hold it, and then think about what collective they're speaking from. And that's another way to figure out where what fractal, what is coming through to you, and what part of your pie chart is flowing through you. That's very important because then you're going to start noticing and get validated on what you're saying and what you're feeling, even if you don't express it verbally, what's hitting here. And remember, it's not just one facet of being a starseed. Like I started out going, oh yeah, I'm Palladian. I'm totally only Palladian. I only align with the Pleiades. No, no, no. That's the upgrades that they're giving you. You're all things. You're also Anunnaki. You have an Anunnaki encoding in you. It's a program. You have it. All of us do. Are they bad? No, not necessarily. But 22 other races are within us as well. Physical people. They're in us. They make us up. That's why some of us look like Anunnaki. If we go think about the Egyptians and the Hathors and stuff of that nature, you look at them. I'm very much Palladian, Starseedy, but I'm also Alpha Centaurian looking. I'm also Lyran looking in the human form aspect. I have my eyes. Buckshot could tell you my eyes shift, my facial features shift in. I saw a little distortion here. I shift all the time. Does that make me evil? My eyes look like they do the reptilian thing, but it's also a Lyran trait to do that. Yes, Christina, we are all of them. We have fractals running through us, and some of those fractals are not there, right? We're not, we compose of all things. We're one. We're entangled to all things. Our quantum entanglement is there to all things. That includes everything that you hate. That includes the Anunnaki. That includes all those nasty paradigms that everybody hates. We're connected to those people. That's why Yeshua was always speaking about compassion and grace and saying, okay, why is that person acting in that distortion? Why are they so damaged? Why are they doing those actions? How much trauma did they have? We don't look at that. And I'm not saying we should victimize or be the victim of other people's circumstances and why they act out the way they do, but that's again source having an experience through those people. They chose that storyline and that theme to play out to learn from. So when we are speaking hate on other people and judging other people, you're judging yourself in return. It sucks. And if everything is you, it's not just the things you choose to be you. It's the blue button people. It, it's the it's the people doing harm, the Illuminati. It's all an illusion. If they didn't do the negative things, you wouldn't have contrast to know how strong of a human being you are and what your powers are. You wouldn't know about your light. You would not know how much light you encompass, even if you are enlightened, like a monk or a Buddha, sitting in meditation daily and trying to hit the Nirvanian spot. You still need contrast. If you didn't have these experiences of negative and things you don't prefer, how do you know what you want to prefer? And there's another section in this Soul's Guerdon that talks about that. I have to find it. Oh, going back to the ego really quick because it's right here. I'm going to read this. But since every claim that is made must be faced and proved in the 3D, I'm going to add that caveat. Many who express either of the above extremes find their laudable intentions either miscarry or they are taken out of incarnation long before their work is accomplished. As long as the long list of failures, premature deaths, or sudden collapses of teachers or spiritual movements only too sadly proves, and such failures often do as much harm to the followers of their teachings in the way of disillusionment, discouragement, and lack of faith in all similar teachings, as the good, those who put forth the teachings and have hope to accomplish, and the karma of everyone whose faith has been thus destroyed, must be connected with and borne by, or be the guerdon of the one whose misconceptions permitted the personality to strive to do that which only the real or divine self could accomplish. So if we go back to like an hour ago of my comments, where are you putting your energy to when people are talking? If we're perpetuating just like the occult like Waco, or just as an example, like people really heart space believe when people dictate to them a reality that is like a brainwashing mechanism. We have all been programmed in numerous programs. Just think of yourself as a computer. It's not just Windows 99 that's popping up in your you know computer. You got a whole plethora of other things that run the computer. That's just one of them. So if you think of yourself as a computer, you have a whole diagnostic of things that have been programmed. And now is the time to shed a lot of those programs and then recode the paradigm you belong in. We're taking the AOL dial-up. You're taking that out and you're unplugging it within instantaneous. If we're following the occult of, as my teacher was saying, MAGA, the cult of MAGA, she calls it. I even said and challenged her. I'm like, okay, so you're saying that they're a cult, they're MAGA occult, but we could say that you're the Biden occult. Like, it evens itself out and it's null and voiding in the middle. Like, we have to write our reality. How do you want to rewrite your reality? If you can change things today that will move humanity forward, why are we dwelling on the crap that you're perpetuating by thinking of? I think this is where a lot of people in the truther movement, whether it be the spiritual or the political, are missing the mark. And I'm hoping more people catch on eventually that you're still perpetuating, your thoughts become things. So if you're thinking about what has already occurred in another timeline, you're perpetuating that energy for continuously looping. We want to know why it's been so many years that everybody keeps perpetuating the Nasera Jasira thing. Okay, but are you manifesting it for light in everybody getting abundance? Or are you only thinking about yourself and what is going to do for you and how it's going to change just your life? It's not going to manifest the same way. And not enough people are doing it from the pure sense of heart. They're doing it from a selfish, not to say that you're selfish for wanting better for yourself. That's not the case at all. And that's not what I'm implying. But why hasn't it happened yet? Because too many people who are thinking about it are thinking about it from the wrong context. All these things that we want to see justice be brought to, okay, but those are your other selves having experience. So do you really want the wood chippers coming out for the people that woke you up? That's their soul contract. That's God working through them. It's not easy to take that in. It's very painful to think that God can play an evil, murderous villain. Yeah, Monty Python. Oh, God. That's a great show. I hate this camera, by the way. And it's just my computer. The Nag Hammadi scriptures. I cannot read this on my channel. I have to find a version that is uh not copyrighted or allowed it to be read. It's huge, very tiny print. Um So no part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever without the written permission, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles and reviews. So basically, I have to put my insights on this. Why I bring this out? Because this is the Gnostic sacred texts. Gnostic. The Book of Thomas is in here, I think. God damn it, this is good. I just opened to a random page. I've read portions of this book. Um, just like the Law of One. I read a lot. I read portions of this book. Obviously, it's huge. But I didn't have the understanding, and awareness. I was just reading it at baseline. Just like the Law of One, I understood certain concepts. I didn't understand the full capacity of them, and then apply it, integrate it, walk it, talk it, speak it, and emanate it. This book I feel is the same way. It's 240, page 244. Blessed are you, not be less. I'm going to quote from this. Quote, blessed are you who understand beforehand the temptations and flee from things that are alien. Blessed are you who are mocked and are not respected because of the love your master has for you. Blessed are you who weep and are oppressed by those who have no hope, for you will be released from all bondage. Watch and pray that you may not remain in the flesh, but that you may leave the bondage of the bitterness of this life. And when you pray, you will find rest, for you have left pain and reproach behind. When you leave the pains and the passions of the body, you will receive rest from the good one. You will reign with the king, you united with him, and he with you from now on and forever. This goes into Yaldabaoth and Aeon Soph. Um, and this is just a perception, but this has to be visited. And once again, I'm taking what I get from books and then applying it to what I get channeled. Um, and why I say I don't always align with Dolores Cannon. There's some things in the Law One I don't align with, or perceptions. The same with the Arantia book, a Waspy, even the Keys of Enoch. And like I said, I challenged somebody. I hear a kitty. I challenged why, from Ashiana Dean's work, she makes the claim that Thoth, Toth, and Enoch went against the Emerald Covenant, which is supposed to be human, the human covenant. That's where you get the Emerald Scriptures, the tablets, and all that. The Emerald Covenant, in her estimation, is a covenant of the creators. Daniel Scranton channels from them. The architects of this experiment coming down Here we are. And Enoch eventually goes against humans because he himself is not necessarily fully human and sides with the negative polarity for a bit and then bounces back and forth. But if he didn't do what he did, he would have erased his line of lineage. And he wanted that lineage to continue. So he went against humans. There's a broader story if you read other people, and even if you don't align with the story and you don't like her work, it's something to take into consideration when other people are projecting at you just a one-sided aspect of a story that could or could not be true. The same thing with ascension. I very open-eared, objectively listen to so many people talk about the ascension, but when they're talking about a stupid flash of light, it might not be stupid to you, but for me, it's not in my paradigm to experience. I know it's been happening concurrently all the time. You're getting light emanations hitting you and upgrading you, and everybody's a different time frame. So just be mindful. I'm taking my resources from a plethora of what other people have said and then going within myself to make a conclusion. And that conclusion isn't a closed book, it's an expanded viewpoint that's always expanding. And I know most of you are having that experience as well. Because you're maturing and you're thinking, you're controlling, you're contributing to yourself. Oh, that doesn't make sense. But some of this stuff makes sense. Oh, okay, I'm going to take what makes sense and bring it here and scrap the rest. Right? Very important to do that. I'm trying to find that other section. Mm. What's that quote? We are told that God is spirit and that we must worship him in spirit and in truth. That does not mean, as some propose, that God is merely that personalized ray of the divine which is individualized in us and which can be worshipped only in silence of our hearts. And therefore, that we need no outward observances, no temples, no ceremonies, no prayers, no studies, etc. Those are permission slips, by the way. That's what Bashar says, and I agree with that. It means that the all-pervading spiritual essence, the same spirit or divine life, which is both beingness and being, and which manifests in us, also manifests in all God's manifested universe. In fact, just as all worlds and systems are brought into being through the outworking manifestations, will to power out of the spirit of all truth, so our personalities must become so perfected as to outpicture the same spirit, the all creative living spiritual radioactivity within, and correlate with that same spirit of all truth in its expressions without, thus developing and perfecting the personality as an instrument and servant, yet not worshiping or exalting it as a supreme importance. All good faithful servant in the house will be much appreciated and admired by the guests. Yet if the servant attempts to usurp the place of the master of the house, he will be despised, pitied, and avoided because he is out of place. All work is equally honorable, and every personality is honored if in its own place it tries to accomplish its own work and reflect the just honor due to the real self, who is the master, whom thou hast not seen yet, whom thou feelest. End quote. What? Have fun. Yeah, and Beachy, we get those sparks all the time. I know I do. I mean, like I'm gonna have a powder moment. I'm gonna get struck by lightning. I hope this is the case because I'm excited for it. And I'm just gonna transcend and it's gonna be a beautiful thing. I'm excited for that. But that's just my own wanting, right? Yeah, and but like Ann Tucker has spoken about this flash of light, and I love Ann. She channels angels. She's legitimate. But even well, her name Pamela Erlin, they you can't generalize an experience that maybe a few people in a paradigm are going to have because not everybody is going to experience the same ascension. We all individually wrote a different type of ascension for each and every one of us due to the body limitations that we're in. So some people may actually physically die, the shell dies, and you're going to ascend that way, and you're going to get when humanity moves full in 4 octave of experience, they're going to just come back. You're going to incarnate in a vehicle, or you're going to merge with another concurrent lifetime, and you can be waking up in a pod in a Palladian ship if that's the paradigm you chose to experience. Some of us are not going to physicality. I don't want to be in a physical form for a long time. I want to be my light body because I am consciously aware of my light body. I know what it's doing for some parts, not all, but I'm aware that I have a light body that's projected all over the place. That's what I want to be. I want to be free. But knowing in that freeness that I'm fractals in so many other aspects of things for experience. So I'll be aware of all the other things, having an experience, and I can jump into either one of those paradigms at any moment. Okay. And that doesn't mean you're leaving your family, your friends, we're all like stuck in this. I'm here, and this is the only paradigm I'm experiencing, and I can't leave my kids. What's going to happen to my loved ones? They're already in spirit with you. You're just not aware. Here, you're not aware. The veil didn't drop for you yet to know that you're up there having fun with your relatives that are passed over. But your energy, I showed my little plasma ball. I don't know which one has the battery that works. Ah, see? I conduct electricity, so do all of you. Ta-da. So when people are asking you to be your authentic self, that's your real self. That's you walking your path. So when I know there's a few people, I don't know if they're in the chat now or are listening to me. Hi, Amy. How are you, Amy? There are people in the chat that have expressed to me, I don't know what my purpose is. I I have lived this life for a long time, and I'm at this point where I don't know what it is. You just being here, being yourself, is more than enough. Auntie Amy is in the house. Miss Auntie Amy is Little Thaw's auntie. She's the auntie to also Odin and Frey. Okay, I need to figure out how to get my uh, channel member emojis thing going. Hang on. Because I wanted to do this for Scott and I totally forgot about the emojis. Hi, hair care. Okay, I have a cat in a box. I have to learn, like I told Dina, because I think that a thistle beard knows how to do the emojis. I don't know how to do them on YouTube. I have a penguin and popcorn and this thing. Um, there's some funny ones in here. Um, that's cute. I'm just gonna put some random shit in emojis. Hang on. Um, I have to find out how to make my own because I totally got some crazy ass ideas. And even for We Not Me, I have some crazy ass ideas. Um, underpants. So yeah, you just walking your life, your path, you're at one mint knowing that you're one with source is more than enough if you don't know your purpose. And it's not just a one and done kind of thing. You are here to hold frequency. Like I'm in this conundrum in my life where I have to have faith that the universe is going to deliver me the opportunities and the people that will help. It's not a Alice in oneness thing, right? You need other people. Like the spiritual movement has given the impression that, and it's not a wrong thing, is that you need people to help you on your path. And that's the truth. You're going to need people in your tribe to help propel you in your mission. I just can't do it by myself. I just don't know the steps in saying, okay, I have faith, universe, that all is going to be paid and everything's going to be okay in my life. I'm going to achieve the abundance that I need for a simplistic, simple life just to pay the bills in the 3D paradigm I chose to live out. I have to have faith. But in that faith, there have to be people placed in my life to give me the opportunities to move forward, whether that be in a 3D physical job, like my school job that I work at, or it's going to be something that propels me in the spiritual realm. I don't know. Hasn't presented itself yet. I have to have faith. Same thing with all of you guys. We need to unify with all in order to shift this bitch to the fourth dimension and actually get there physically. Yes, Beachy. Is Sparky? Yeah. You have to do you, boo, and your real authenticity. And if that's the see you next Tuesday component of your personality, that's what needs to be reflected. I'm as authentic. I've been authentic since I was a little kid. I walked my talk and I walk my walk. I tick to my own talk and I will not allow anybody to break that beat unless it is something that I know will benefit me, that will advance me. Then my rhythm changes a little bit because that became stagnant and I need a new harmony to adjust to. all of us are in that stage where we have to find the tribe and the people that are going to uplift us and take us to the next level. And we're all on different levels. I chose this catalyst of going back to rock bottom again for whatever the reason. I don't know yet. It hasn't presented itself to me to know to do the inner work. Oh, this is just, it was, all right. So this hairstyle, it was snowing most of the day. It didn't really accumulate much, thank goodness, but it was really windy. And I had my hat on and I had hat hair at work. And then yesterday was Grinch Day, and we did Cindy. I was the only one not dressed in Grinch gear. Everybody was Grinch. My principal dressed up as Grinch and scared my kids in the classroom who had no concept of who Grinch is. And I did the Cindy Lou Who Boo hairstyle. I put some like garland in my hair just to look festive because I don't have any of this crap in my house. Yeah, it's soul connections. Um, And that's what I try to perpetuate on in my messaging when I am seeding in certain chats. I am trying to get people on the wavelength of, okay, like if you understand what I'm saying, I'm not here to hurt you or to completely dismantle your paradigm, but I want to take you into a connection of your own self that's going to aid you in the expansion of thinking and consciousness. That's more important than finding out who did what, Mr. Clue. In the grand scheme of things, we do need to know the wrongs that have happened so they don't repeat. But if we keep manifesting and feeding the energy to these things and we don't take it as objective, we're not getting all heated up and passionate about it and then perpetuating the manifestation for them, we can't move forward. I say this all the time. Where your thoughts go is where the flow happens. I'm trying to flow for prosperity, abundance, harmony, and love light over here. I'm not focused on the death, destruction, limitation, separation anymore. I know it exists. I'm not feeding it energy to perpetuate in my reality anymore. I, just like all of you, create your reality in the moment as I'm speaking. I'm manifesting all this stuff. We all concurrently come together and we have to say, okay, how do we move this bitch forward? Because who wants to perpetuate this crap and let it keep looping? Not me. Not me. I I don't want, guys, I have lived in, I don't know how many people are in sheltered situations where they've never been to a major city. But even living here, okay, not living that far from Michael Jackson's family home and living right on the cusp of Gary, Indiana. If you haven't ever seen actual in your life physical evidence of what squalor looks like and dire need situations look like, you should experience it. This is what we need to shift our energy away from. And this continuously perpetuates when people are not feeding themselves the empowerment to know the power within. The poverty mindset, these people chose these paradigms to experience to overcome the adversity. So are we really overcoming the adversity of the Illuminati or the Masons? Or are we feeding them the stories and keep perpetuating that energy to keep existing in our reality? It's one thing to research and know about something, it's another to feed it energy. This is where the hard look at yourself in the mirror needs to come into truth. Are you on a bandwagon because everybody else is on the same bandwagon? And it's not to say you can't be supportive and you can't be there. Of course you can. Just objectively listen to the information being received and don't bring it into here. Bring it here and go, oh, okay. I don't jive with that. Okay, no. It's a jellyfish. It's going out that way. My jellyfish. But too many people are still in the I'm absorbing, bringing it into my energy field, and I'm leaving it here because I'm on the train that everybody else is on. Fuck the left and blue button people. And I get it, but that's still source playing through them. Source holds polarity, and it's your choice to perpetuate it or not. This is the choice of preferring what you want over what you don't want. So we're experiencing what we don't want, right? As the left, the people on the left, the people that are the people I was talking to today, all the teachers and the parents in the classroom were, oh, Biden. Okay, but I'm not about, oh, Biden. I'm about the middle. Okay, so I get your side, but here is the Trump side. Are you really perceiving this side objectively? No. I know the crazy extremes on your side. I've heard all the perceptions, but guess what? We're human. We need to come together. I said, you're taking what is going to be and you're making it negative because you think you're going to lose your job and all is going to be lost because it's not the way you wanted to project. So let's come find some common ground. How can we make a classroom that has special ed children better? What are the things that are needed in a room? If you had your dream classroom, what would it look like? How would it function? What curriculum would you input into it? How much money does that need? If we're still in the money paradigm, which I believe we will be for a while. What are the things that and that's in any industry, right? Like RFK is getting rid of a lot of the things in the bad stuff in the food in America. Okay, great. So what are we replacing it with? What do we want that looking like? We all should have a say in it. And we can all find common ground with that other side that we are perpetually shaming and blaming and disrespecting like they do to us, right? But am I being a model of good behavior? No, if I'm speaking against them and I'm not working with them, that doesn't make me a good model. You all need to model that behavior and that bringing your energy forward authentically, but doing from a mature, respectable place. I seed my truths, even with the awakened people. Not too many people like what I have to say because it goes against their moral, their inner growth. Oh, I'm not one with those. They're filthy people. They're horrible people. I want them in wood chippers. I'm going to keep saying this until I'm blue in the face. Where is that getting you? Because I'm looking at my linear space time, my time space watch, third dimensional watch here. I'm still waiting. And I know many of you are done waiting. I'm done waiting. Because I waited long enough. And the realistic truth is you got to you still in 3D, even though we're consciously thinking on a higher wavelength. If you're not putting action into motion to have a cause and effect, what you want is not going to be out in your outside world. And if it does come, it's going to take a very long time to get there. And it might be a little distorted when it comes. You might not even see it either because you're expecting certain things to happen in certain ways. And that's not how manifestation works. Viking is the best example I can give. I sat in meditation and I said to self, I am lonely in the aspect of I would like to have a partner reflect to me, to heal, to show, to have fun with, and have somebody to be my guide and my ground. Great, right? I put that expectation, I didn't have an expectation. I didn't like have a person that looked a certain way or a preference. Just said, I just need somebody, romantic partner. I threw it out into my little bubble of energy, dispersed it to the universe, and then I let it go. Instead of thinking about it every day and going, where's my guy? Where's my guy? I don't know. Motherfucker rang my doorbell. That's manifestation at its best. And I didn't have expectations. A nice guy, he's working on it. Rang my doorbell. Does he need a hell of a lot of work? Absolutely. But that's just a pure example of letting things go and letting it manifest on its own. If we keep perpetuating the dinar, the news on Nasera Jacera and the deck clock and all these things, you really think it's actually going to come to fruition? It may, but not in the timing that you are expecting it in. You have to live your everyday life. You have to do the work within yourself to clear all the other selves that are needing to be healed. And it's happening through your consciousness in this now moment in this body. So it's up to you at home. Hi, guys. You're the way showers. You have to be modeled examples. And just because someone believes in something and that's their truth doesn't have to be yours. Like I said, not many people even align with half the shit I say, but then I'm finding channels and channelers and people saying the same thing as me. And it's just validation that the people on my wave band, the wavelength of frequency that I am inhibiting, living, putting out, is the very people that are feeling and experiencing similar things. And I know many of you that are here are experiencing that and are going through the process. So, Palladian, let's get some lights. I was going to find a section, but my gosh, this book. I'm so sad. This book is almost done. I have to read the prayers, and that's a short little read. I'm so sad. So sad. If you have not gone and read The Soul's Guerdon, I did another video the other day from the message of Aquaria. Holy, it's good. And I urge people to read what I'm reading for yourself. And I know a lot of you can't. That's why I made this channel in the first place. A lot of people are working and have busy lives and just don't have the time to read books. I had the time in the world when I wasn't working to read books. So I'm still continuing because it's a passion of mine. As you see all the things behind me, I like reading. But this book is huge in the message. And it's coming from a Christian mystic aspect, but very much the same from the Arcturian saying it channeled through Daniel Scranton and Alexander Quinn through Quo that Ella Research is channeling. Bashar says a lot of the same shit that is being said. I'm on the fence with Bashar sometimes, but even Bashar is saying very similar things. The creators, whoever that paradigm is, Like Archangel Michael is a collective. It's not a being. It's multiple beings. Like I'm a multiple being. Like fractal Archangel Michael has a pie chart too. Like all entities have a pie chart of other entities working through them and higher density entities. Um, Quo says this, and Quo is um the social memory complex of Ra, the LL Research Channel. Um, I don't know if my chat's still working. Sorry, guys, because I don't know what goes on in life. It doesn't so Poopy doops. Beep. Oh, that's foul. Um, Hi guys. If I'm live, can you give me a 5x5? Okay, sorry guys. Okay. Woo. Oh boy. So my okay, gremlins. Um, my chat stopped working. I had popped it out. It completely stopped working. And then I went to go refresh and I got the spinny wheel of death happening. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes, what's going on? And then obviously it's still like going on, but I don't see chat moving. And then my channel wasn't allowing me to get into live. I finally fixed it. Okay, great. Just making sure. Because a few people are having issues. Woo! Man, I'm just catching up with all the comments. Okay. Woo! Just like, what goes on? Gremlins! Or I'm just bringing in energy that is just warping my internets. And not just, this happens on Rumble constantly. And it's not just We Not Me, it's also the Time Is Now podcast. It's also Turn the Page with Janine. It's also with Tara on Sacred Valley. My chat freezes. And then I'm typing away and sending emojis and it's not showing up in live chat. And then I'm refreshing every 5 fucking minutes. And and at some point I just give up and I put my hands up and I said, okay, it's just not meant to be. But I'm listening and I see that my light's on, but sometimes the lives can shut itself off. So just making sure. We have Ashtar and Star Royalty. Okay, now that I got chat back up, I am not popping that shit back out. So I'm running like 5 different things on my screen. Okay, so The one that calls herself the emissary of Earth, I don't believe in that crap. Uh, Ashtar, I know that our beloved friend Dylan Monroe is very big into the Ashtar thing and the Palladian thing. Carrie Cassidy, as much as we love her, hate her, disagree with her, also knows about Ashiana Dean's work and has read it and has told Mr. Dillon, you got some components there, but there's a lot more that you're missing. Consider reading and discovering her work because she hearts align with it as much as I do. So Ashtar to me is just a collective, it's a paradigm. Um, the Palladians are also dualistic in that there's positive and negative polarized entities working on either one of the sides. All has an agenda and a narrative to steer, just like the Arcturians, the Antarians, the Andromedans, the Syrians. But the light beings are working together, but there's still narratives and programming that they want certain things for their own paradigm to happen because you're a part of that. I glitched. I did buckshot. Um, just my personal opinion. I am not into the Galactic Federation. Not for them. Not against them, not for them. Do they exist? Absolutely. I hope that's not what our 47th person is in alignment with. Um, are they really an ally? I don't know, but I heard stories and have gone into my own heart alignment to know that some stuff they do is great and the other stuff isn't. So, um, but if we were to take this, if I was to take this objectively, the message is that said Ashtar, it's getting over adversity, allow for the legacy that you're holding to prosper and to step forward into a respected commander role. And I'm not reading the rest of this nonsense, but that's just from my perception. But it's like going through the adversity to take control of your life. That's really what the message of this card is. Um, being a role model, like I was saying earlier, being a model for other people to follow. Like, oh, like, sure, I should try divine neutrality. It's not an easy path to follow, but it's one that's very aligned with source. And if multiple people are talking about it and practicing it, and they're seeing the downloads and the expansions of thinking exponentially exploding all over them, maybe that's something I want to try. Right? And that only happens through the little seedlings that you throw in chats or kind of dispersing the negative energy going through chats. Like yesterday, I couldn't handle it. I know a lot of you that was saw some of those comments from different, it wasn't just one person, it was a few people. I know many of you are like, grow up, get out of your ego. And then there's some people that have been inserting themselves as dissenters. They're troublemakers. Let's not feed their energy. Love you from over there. Your leadership is needed now, right now. It is the time to step into the forefront and reveal your natural abilities and talents to the world. Although this may be sometimes very scary at first, the rewards of stepping into your leadership role far outweighs all temporary fears. Take initiative, show bravery, face your fears, and allow for your leadership to help and guide others. Mic drop again. I mean, if we take our other selves in the higher dimensions, playing out the Palladians, Zeta Reticuli, and Draconians, we all perceive the reptilians as evil things, but that's contrast. Like I do a painting, like for those of you who missed it, I'm going to be doing a paint and sip via Zoom private. But if you're interested, please email me. I'm doing a donation only for those who are interested. And if you don't have the money, that's okay. Just email me. I'll give you a link. But we're going to be doing a nice little gnome, right? Contrast. I have to have dark and light to make the picture pop out at you so you are seeing some beautiful things. Light and darkness have to mix here to have contrast. That's important. So when I do this, I'm going to be incorporating a dark and light into this little gnome dude. So I'm going to be doing that with everybody. If you want to do a gnome or you want to just hang out and paint, you could do that too. But you need contrast. If I were to tell you that there are people who channel Ra, the social memory complex of Ra, and that I most likely am a part of that collective, but I'm also a part of a council somewhere in some other galaxy, and that I'm all things. We're not just one form of starseed. We are multiple forms, and your soul encompasses higher fractals that has the awareness that you're that, right? It's not a Palladian thing to own the Galactic Federation, if that is such a thing. But if we go into an SSP aspect would take it, like James Rank's channel, which I do highly recommend supporting him. He's fantastic. He'll tell you, I've been cloned. He's signed up for a very difficult life in this existence. To shine light on the negatives of what becoming a cosmic galactic member of society is. Right now, we're in Granada Treaty number 2. What are we allowing into the paradigm? What are channels allowing to be channeled through them? If someone is closing their eyes and doing stuff, what are they allowing through their field? That's why I don't choose to go in trance, because I don't know what's going to come through. And I know that Scott usually, he's been told not to. But I have entities, or I have a freaking highway behind me. Any one of them can just be false light and come through me and tell you some shit. I won't allow it. I'm consciously channeling because I control what comes through me. We're still in polarity. We're still in contrast, and we're trying to ascend out of contrast. It still will exist, but to a lesser extent. So when we choose a positive train to go into the station and we're having those experiences, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to be on that train and I'm going to the light. I'm ascending up. Great. There are going to be people over here going towards the dark side, and that's where they're ascending. That's not a bad thing. It's still source. That's still God expressing through them. And what Ross says, I kind of align with. In sixth density, they have to either polarize to the positive or go back to space dust. Ashiana Dean talks about this, and that's through the black hole. I'm sad this is done. That is some good coffee. You know, all things have a positive and negative in a third dimensional perspective, because that's where our brains comprehend the most, because we're here consciously in a body in this experience. But we got to take into, we have to start thinking on higher octaves of the ether. So, I mean, if we take that card not as Ashtar, but as something to take away from it, is that we're being called to be better models for humanity, to step up into our communities wherever you live and show active modeling of good behavior and what should be unifying all aspects of life so we can manifest the reality we want for humanity, not just for yourself. For all of us, it's not an easy task because, especially somebody like me, I'm not being recepted that well. People are not ready yet. And that's okay. I give them compassion, but it's difficult. Yes, every everybody who is in conscious body awareness in the now that can self-identify is absolutely needed. The book, The Message of Aquaria, The Soul's Guerdon, I read it a little earlier. Like, it's referring to the janitor is just as important to the CEO. All of us make this world work in some form or fashion. Whether you are just sitting at home because you're disabled, you're still going out into the world and being a positive light. That is very much needed. Your smile to some little child who's having a bad day might turn it around. To the homeless person on the street that you gave a bagel to. You don't need praise. You're just doing the human thing. If we didn't have people digging out sewers and doing the road maintenance, and to people like me that is wiping butt, I'm I'm changing diapers and holding kids that are trying to harm me and themselves because they don't know any better. We are all needed. Whether it's be your expression through your art, whether it's music, it's poetry, it's making stuff, you're needed. All of us. And when your mission is done, your contract is up with Source, you're going to cross over. You're not done. That doesn't end your story. It ends a chapter in your book. You're going to be like, you go to Spirit and go, holy shit, that was a dream. That was wicked. That was rough. Hopefully you can see that. Star royalty. You know who you are. You know why you came. You are made up of the essence of star royalty. Those who are royal to our societies aren't ones born into certain blood lineages, but those whom have done the work within themselves to know on such a deep level that they are one with all of source creation. This anchored unity with source brings these beings into such a wonderful state that they are able to perform the miraculous by harnessing the energy which creates universes and using it to serve the collective. This is as all possible through self-discovery and their declaration that one is royalty. This card arrives when you're being requested to make a proclamation that you are royal. You have done the eternal internal work, went on your soul journeys and climbed the mountains of yourself to uncover many inner gifts along the way. Now is a time that your life work will be recognized without any hint or downplaying your true full worth. As you reside in a planet of harmonious balance, we're not there yet. This act of declaring your royalty takes away any power and resources from shadow leaders that abuse their privilege to equalizes out the playing field naturally and neutrally. See the importance of honoring all of self and sit in the energy of thankfulness for the being that you are. Mic drop, chicken drop. Sorry. I'm saying the spirit is just telling you through the cards that I'm not lying. This is not to enhance my ego. Once again, I went through a very major ego death over the summer. Major one. I have like maybe one or two more left that I have to go through in order to become one with myself. But it's a work in progress, like all of us. That's why I've taken you all on my journey. And each of us are in different spots, and that's okay. But just know that each and every one of you is a way shower that is modeling beautiful vibration and beautiful behavior that is high frequency, that's helping lead others into wanting to join that frequency. They're going from the lower broadband energy wave, and they're slowly going to jump and go, oh, wait, I can tune into into a different channel. And I could start alchemizing and transmuting my thoughts to be up here. I want to be that person that's happy. Listen, happiness is not about what you have in your pocket. It's having a sense of being fulfilled. And even though I'm struggling in hard times, that doesn't mean I'm not happy. I am happy. Not happy with every aspect of my life, but as a whole, I'm happy because I know that I'm affecting others in a positive way. That is right, El Sunray. Absolutely. All are chosen to an extent because we all chose to be here. We all chose to have this experience together. We wrote it together. The ones we call chosen, the way showers, have the veiling drop first, have the awakened higher perspective drop in levels and stair steps first. This way, the next wave, like Dolores Cannon talks about the waves, and I like how she goes about it. I don't think that time and ages are right. That's hearsay. the concept of the waves of people coming in to hold frequency to have a mission, but that's like they probably didn't know. Like my mom didn't know she was a star seed. I can tell you that much. She was big energy. But my mother was so enclosed, indoctrinated, and programmed that it was only until in her death state that she actually understood what I was. And then she apologized to me for decades of trauma. But I love her to death, love her, love her, love her. And she's always with me. But we chose as chosen ones because source basically, I'm being fixed. Hang on. Basically, we are chosen ones because we volunteered to take this task, this particular task on. Like this is a role, like you go to a potluck and everybody has to bring a dish. You chose a specific dish or a specific like, oh, you're going to do breakfast, you're going to do lunch, you're going to do dessert. Right? Like what's your specialty? And all of us, and if we take that analogy, all of us chose to wake up the rest. So we are chosen to that extent because we volunteered. Source said, you have the vibration and the frequency, you have the experience from other selves and other lifetimes in concurrent time, just different dimensions. You're going to come together. The veil is here or dropped, so you're not going to remember this, but I'm going to lift that veil slowly for you to stair step into harder experiences so that you have a better understanding of the world and how it works and reality and how it works. And then I'm going to put you on the stage and you're going to go, baby, go. So we are chosen, but everybody else also chose. And because we chose the breakfast, we're the first to go. And then the people who chose the lunch entree, they're going to be up next. But you got to have a full breakfast to have a start of the best day ever. So we chose to volunteer for these roles. And they're the harder roles because of how things are unfolding in our paradigm. This is not easy to have to sit and watch my best friends talk and say stuff that I no longer align with, but I still love them. They're my friends. And not to say that what they're saying is wrong. It's not wrong, but I just don't align with it and how it's being projected anymore. And then going and watching a bunch of egotistical people in chat have a at wit battle, it hurts me. We're all supposed to unify. And you can't do that when you're pointing fingers and judging and calling people names. Everybody perceives their reality differently. And it's up to us to have the Jesus thinking, the Yeshua thinking, that they're as valid as you. They all serve a purpose. You might not see what their purpose is. It might not make any sense to you. Does it really need to matter? Why I say that? Because you need to release the negativity. It's time to release negativity. Because what are you renting room up in your head? Because you're good enough. The biggest misconception I hear from people is that I'm not good enough. That's the ego telling you that you're not good enough, right? Like, let's be realistic. We're still in 3D. I'm not good with math. I also have learning disabilities, learning curves, and we all do have some sort of like hindrance that we need to overcome, right? I know my flaws and I'm okay with them. I come to accept what is. It's how to propel you to exemplify your strengths, not to live in the faults, but to live in your strengths, knowing of your faults. So when they come up and test you, you're like, ah, I passed that test already. Goodbye. This is the test. This is what 3D is. It's just experience. My cats messed my card order up, so I do apologize. Yes, that's what a lot of people hear because they're using their ego to interpret that. And like I said, the ego is very much necessary. It needs to be here because it's a survival mode method in 3D. I agree with that. No one is chopped liver, right? And I'm somebody that a lot of people in my past, my old self has been like, you're very conceited about yourself. Well, no, like I had no self-esteem because I was bullied, told I'm different. You see spirits, you're crazy, you're schizophrenic, you're a freak, you're a witch, you're Satan, you're this, you're that. I've been told all these negative things my entire life from everybody that I thought loved me, to find out that I'm not loving myself and I should just be me and fuck everybody else's opinion of me. Once I understood that law, I don't fucking give a shit. People are like, oh, you're so gothic. Look at your eye makeup. That's so hideous. Blah, blah. I don't care. That makes me, I like what I do. Let me be. Why are you judging me? You don't even know me, right? We all serve a purpose. When we start putting people on podiums like Mr. Egotistical UFO stuff dude that everybody clings on to everything he says because, oh my God, it's him. Or PH, no, PG. Oh, my secret intel, and I'm this and I'm that, and I'm dead. Blah, 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 blah. It's all talking from the ego. They matter too, because they're showing you contrast. They're showing you what not to be. They're giving you the example of what not to be, right? You want to be a humbled human being. That's why I don't like to, that's why I say I'm not alone. I am not the only one that channels. I am not special. I'm on the same bandwidth of everybody else. Just like everybody puts 47 on a podium. I time travel too. I had a Stargate in my house. It doesn't make me special. That's actually scary. Okay. But all of us are special. We're all one. We're just individuated to have experience. 47 chose to play a certain role on this stage. You chose a role to play on the stage. All roles matter. Every one of us matters. If once our contract is done and we physically ascend, don't think you're not helping from up there. You are. All the beings, all the essences, all the people that passed on in the physical shell are helping us from upstairs. They have a higher perspective. They couldn't hold the frequency of the upgrades. That body wasn't for them. They're going to move in and get another body or move into another consciousness or merge with another self. That's not for us to judge. That's just how reality works if you perceive it to be that way. Right? So, yeah, we are all chosen, and some of us chose roles because we have more experience in these roles than others. I have lived, like I said, 28,000 something lives. And in most of those lives, I was a healer, I was a teacher, I was a helper and an aide in the spiritual community in a lot of lives. I was like a shaman, a medicine woman, the male aspect, an alchemist. I'm sure I was an astronomer, an artist. I've inhabited a lot of beings. I have a lot of experience, and that is to help people uplift themselves. I can't uplift you. You have to do it for yourself, but I'm taking you through my journey to show you contrast. Like if I could do this, you could do this. And we all have unique abilities. Like I said, I can't just call on someone's grandma to give them a message to heal. That's not my ability, right? I try to break down very hard concepts in metaphysical works to help explain things in a commentary way that people like, oh, ding, 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 chicken dinner, I got it. That's my role. And many of you do the same thing with what I say and impart it on other people in your unique way. That's the goal. It doesn't need to be or say the same as me, but what you're saying in your own unique way, when you listen to me and you're taking what I'm saying and apply it to your own life, and then you're imparting it to other people. That's beautiful. That's all that's needed. It's a chain. Yes, you have to walk in it, absolutely right, Ashmaya. I have walked my unique path since I was a little kid. I was this gothic little fireball. I was a ballerina. And you know what? No one liked me in my dancing school because I was different. But you know what? I was talented. And not to be conceited in that aspect, but I was like dance moms. I was doing competitions in front of thousands of people, dancing like dance moms. I was that gothic black swan. I taught Zumba for 10 years. I used to tattoo. I did a plethora of things, all to give me experience. And I never faltered in my direction of who myself is. Absolutely. I resonate more with the older generations. I didn't understand why. My adoptive parents were they're Trump's age. They're from 1946. That's my adoptive parents. My birth parents are from the 60s, early and mid 60s. And then I came out in 83. Okay. I don't even, can't even with the younger generations. My mindset, my soul is old and it vibes more with the older crowd, if that makes sense. But my soul's the same age as all of you. I just have a lot more incarnative lifetimes because I chose this. I was designed as an archangel incarnate to come in at certain time frames for certain missions that I needed to come in on. We all have a calling. And a lot of us, I'm not alone in the archangel. I just am aware of it. Many of you are angels as well, incarnate. Many of us are celestials. That's way higher than an archangel. There's a misconception of the hierarchy, and a hierarchy doesn't really mean much. The angels and the archangels are closer to our densities than you would think. It's the celestials and the oversoul that goes connecting right to source. that are the higher essence of of us. Elementals and all the other aspects of things that play around in different densities that are not extraterrestrial as we claim. All of you who have the way showing contract, healing contract, awareness contract, are higher ended beings incarnate. Carnate, period. End of story. The things that most of us like, this theme that this body's exploring was the accumulation of a lot of other lives, other selves that didn't get the lessons, didn't understand how to love. Love is a theme that this body's exploring, and it's more on the self-love aspect. Many of you chose different themes, whether it be poverty, whether it be, well, I have what I want, but I don't feel fulfilled. And it's figuring out your empowerment. Everybody chose a theme to play out on stage, and this is the stage. The world is your stage. That didn't get that aspect wrong at all. That was just a catalyst for many of us to look deeper. It doesn't need to be political to have that resonance. This helped a lot of people remember. This is the Great Awakening, but it's the Great Remembering. The veil is dropping. So it's us remembering. And it's all time is concurrent. So it's actually understanding that you are multidimensional and are having other existences right now. Like I'm on a ship in the Pleiades right now with a gun. I'm an oversoul leading and guiding many other selves as a higher self guide. Now, happening now. It's beautiful. That's freaking amazing. Wow. If I am ever able to actually channel beings from the late 1800s, early 1900s, oh my gosh, the questions I would ask. The Curtis books were written in like in the there's my dyslexia, late 1800s, early 1900s. I mean, the questions I would ask, freaking fantastic. We all come in at the time we are needed to come in to fulfill a certain role for other selves, for your parents, for your siblings, and all the people you contracted with. You all concurrently said, like I say about my story, I had to wait to be incarnated in order for my parents to purchase the house that I was going to be the guardian of a Stargate for. So they didn't have the DNA lineage, even though they say bloodlines don't matter. It really necessarily doesn't to an extent. But I needed the Yeshua Christ conscious lineage that both my birth parents had, with the abilities that they all inherited from down the line. I needed that specific frequency then to be adopted into the family that, even though we're Jewish, let me be me to my fullest capacity. And yes, it was hard, but they let me be me, to be the guardian of a Stargate, to hold back the Ghostbusters that was going to enthrall on New York. That was my mission. Yes. But we're also, if you can look at it that way, and you can also say that you chose to be the devil in someone's story as well. I'm a devil in someone's story, and a lot of people don't like me for the reasons that is a mirror reflection of them. It's just I'm showing people the ugliness of who they are so that they can fix it. I'm a test for most people because you would look at me and I'm not what society deems a godly person. I'm not a church bearing person, but I'm very much about it, but not in a churchy sense or a temple sense. The contrast to hurt somebody is a catalyst for them to learn from. And sometimes we choose the harder roles. Not that we want to hurt anybody, that's not the intention when we come here, but we have relationships. We break up with somebody because they needed to see something. They broke up with you, they hurt you because you needed to see a bigger picture. You needed a teaching learning that only through the pain can you learn from. That's important. Yes. The moment that opened my paradigm up was finding out that I lived on a Stargate, because before then I wasn't going deeper with my why questions. I wasn't sitting there to go, why was I adopted? There's multiple reasons, but I was looking at surface level reasoning and not deep soul level reasoning. That's the harder component of when you're doing the healing on yourself and you're going in and doing inner work. You're questioning surface level shit, 3D level shit. Even when you take yourself to eagle view and you're looking down at yourself playing out a scenario. Well, why did he break my heart? Well, did I take into consideration what did I learn from that experience? What was the lesson I needed to see? What is going on with that person to do and reflect that back at me? There's a whole lot of component questions that you need to take a look at from the bigger viewpoint, uh, without a bias, without judgment on the other person, without hatred in your heart. Gotta let that go and heal it. But when you see how people play themselves out in your life objectively, you start seeing the bigger picture of your why. It sucks because it's a very emotional roller coaster ride that you have to take. But when I did that for my own self, when that Stargate coordinate thing hit me and I found that, like, the epiphany hit me all at once, like a ton of, like a smack of a brick in my face. Wait, is that really why I was adopted? Because my parents bought the house on the Stargate and I needed to come in at a specific age to be protected. I was 3 years old when I moved into that house. I needed to be a certain age so that my frequency was building up. And it was only until I was about to move that I even found out that it was a Stargate. I knew something was there because I saw things, and on my mother's deathbed, she saw shit. And she never believed in any of it until she saw it for herself. My mother was very, very skeptical. She didn't believe in the spiritual. She thought I was a freaking Satanist and witch until I proved her wrong. And it was unfortunate at the end stage of her physical life. I'm thankful because it was a part of my healing when my mom was about to die, we had the best conversation ever about me and her misconception. And that I know all has all serves a purpose. All has a reasoning. Death is just a transition. It's nothing to be afraid of. And my mother did not want to let go of the third dimensional materialistic world. She's very attached to things, concepts, ideas, and things. We have to detach. That also means we have to detach from physical things too, and concepts that no longer serve us. And that includes our ego. Sorry, spirit, once more. Take action. No more procrastinating because you are well planned, well prepared, and therefore ready to take a move for now. So, what happens when we need to manifest? You put action into motion and take that action and do it now. Be considerate. You might be missing out on something. Go through your plan again and give it a check to make sure things are working perfectly. Have a sense of reality. Accept things happening with an open heart. You can't change the past or delve too much in the future, but it's obviously you can stay focused to turn your fate into a new page today at this moment. My mom did. Trust your guts. When it comes to intuition, you have this strong gut feelings towards your action. Deep down inside, you surely know what's next. I told one of my parents today who's very much open, but doesn't, she has a lot of anxiety and a lot of programming within her. And she's like, well, I had all these people die around me, and but I kind of get signs like she doubts herself. And I'm like, girl, you know the answers, they're already within you. You're answering your own questions as you're talking to me. Do you even realize and recognize this? And she's looking at me like, huh? But I need to know more. I want to go to a medium and I want this and I want that. And I said, okay, in divine timing. But do you understand you don't need a medium because you're answering your questions that you're just projecting out? There's a disconnect for her, but it's the same thing. Stop doubting yourself and your abilities because each of you have special ones. And like I keep saying, together like Captain Is Planet, we're gonna come together and slay some shit. Because that's what I came here to do. Jeez Louises. Um, Unfortunately, as a child, I did not relate to my parents whatsoever. I was like very much a black sheep, even though outside appearances, my parents were severely obese, and I was a skinny little thing. And my parents indulged in too much food for comfort instead of doing the healthy thing. But all is that is experience that they needed. Um, Good night, Christina. I'm wrapping up. I'm almost done. I got a few more cards to pull and then off off to bedlined I go. I know I'm looking at the time. I'm like, been on for that long. But I hope if I can instill before everybody goes to please go within. Check my community tab for the raffle if you're interested. I am raffling off this beautiful pyramid. It's $100 value. There's a lot of nice gems in there and thingies. So if you're interested, go look at the community tab. They're $5 for a raffle. My channel members get, and Scott Saber, Mr. Aber, is getting a free entry into that raffle. But if you're interested, I'm drawing January 3rd. I'm giving some time because I know not everybody has fundages. I'm also doing paint and sips for everybody. So channel members get their own Zoom time with me, and then I'm gonna do a live. I figured that out, but I don't know the date yet. So just check my community tabs. I'm also gonna throw that information. Oh God. In Telegram. Find me on social medias. Okay, no, is this the wrong? No, this is this book. Sorry, guys, wrong book. I read from the books instead of giving my own interpretation because sometimes I'm not always on it. Come on. Bring it into form. Beautiful dreamer, you can imagine wonderful worlds of light. You can dream up so many possibilities. Now it is time to bring those possibilities of light into the world. They need to be more than ideas. They need to live, to manifest. The world needs not only your dreams, beautiful as they are, but also your creations. Get thee to thy desk, thy easel, thy computer. Work, beautiful dreamer. Don't just dream, create. You are being asked to honor yourself with a commitment to complete your inspired tasks. This will help you grow, and that is a wonderful reason to commit. But there is another reason too. You know that your inspired ideas are worth translating into practical forms so that other people can access them and experience something special too. If you have been thinking about writing a book, painting a picture, or acting on an inspiration or an idea, this oracle is bringing you an unequivocal yes. Do it now. Don't dally or dither about the details or worry about how it's going to go all work out. The universe loves a bold spirit. Once you take a step, it will rush towards you like an enthusiastic, chivalrous lover. Opening doors, handing gentle guiding at your lower back as you move forward. You will promptly be provided with all that is needed to take the next step. There is sacrifice inherent in translating the perfection of an idea into a limited physical form. Although something may be lost when turning a multi-dimensional concept of endless potential into something concrete, this oracle guides you to release that there is much more to be gained. You must become free of the inspiration so that you can receive your next inspiration. It is already waiting for you, so you must go. This oracle also confirms that the information you need to translate your ideas into form will be provided according to the higher wisdom of life. It may or may not happen by traditional routes, even if it seems unimaginable. When it is time for something to be born into form, nothing can stop it. It will happen. Bye, Scott Savory. See you guys. I'm not done yet. I have this, and I'm going to do a closing deck, I promise. Oh my gosh. I feel like Jason. So, guys, don't forget to check out Buckshot 2 Eastern, 1 Central. Go check out We Not Me's Facebook and Telegram for the link for Zoom. It's a cute, personal, private chit chat. All are welcomed and invited. It's up to you to make that move to get there. I will say this. Please go in with an open heart and expansive mind. Go in with an expansive heart and loving mind. I am not Jason. I think the coffee hit me and I'm awake a little bit. Um, no, I'm also just channeling straight out. We got this the last time. Orion activation, supernova recreation, renewal, rebirth by light. You're rebirthing. Orion's not bad. Soul star activation, fulfilling soul contracts, remembering who you are. I'm going to stop right there and read. What? The soul star chakra is the energy center that is found around 6 to 12 inches above the crown and connects us directly with soul wisdom. It is our gateway to the etheric realms, which hold all the lessons of all the incarnations that we have experienced. Okay, that's a mic drop right there. Through our soul star, we access information and wisdom like a computer. Holy crap, that's connecting this whole live to the internet through broadband. Guys, I've never pulled this card before and I've had this deck forever. Instead of having to move through the dimensions to access the information, we can remain connected at all times and download support as necessary. I fucking said we were computers. Love you guys. The Egyptian god Horus appears on this card as our spiritual guide. He's hawk-headed image is said to illustrate his connection to the sun, moon, and stars. As a gatekeeper of energetic portals to hidden realms, he can help us remember our starry origins, open up psychic visions that connect directly with the wisdom that is held in the stars. Through your previous journeys, you have learned much about the inner workings of your soul and about the cycles of karma. Before this incarnation, you set a powerful intention to remember your divine origins. At this point, you are in a powerful space for you are remembering who you truly are and know that you have it within you to make a great difference in your own life, the lives of those you love, and of course, the world. This remembering is in alignment with the soul contracts you made before coming to this realm. If you find yourself worrying if you are making the right decisions, know that even if you aren't conscious of it, all that you have chosen so far is in accordance with your soul's evolutionary plan. And when you draw this gateway, you are opening up on higher levels. I don't fucking make shit up. This is everything I said tonight. And always say, chicken drop. So if I am lying, cards would not pop up out of nowhere, out of my hands, going through and feeling vibrations and going, here it is. We're going through our rebirth. Oh yeah, Ash Maya. If you saw my beautiful Freya picture, she sent me some lovely gifts. Um, Scott Savory, Mr. Avery, did a humongous super chat. So thankful for him. That made me almost come to tears. I'm so thankful for everybody. I know this is a very tough time of year. I know for myself, before I draw the last card, I'm very humbled for the things and the people that I have in my life because I've always grown up without having family. I have a family. I just don't connect to them. I'm not in alignment with many of them. I have my favorite aunt, my biological aunt. She's like my best friend. And a lot of my adoptive family left me to shambles. They have two second cousins that live in the Bronx, Boogie Down Bronx, that I love. But those are the three people I really talk to and that keep in contact with me. And they're far away. So my real family is the people that are here that support me and that I can call family. It's rough when both your parents are passed away. My dad doesn't interact with me, never raised me, doesn't really know much about me. He's a thick-headed Southern redneck. I love him like that, but he doesn't know me. Yes. Um, so I don't have like an anchorage of, if something were to happen to me, it's just me. I don't have anybody to go rescue me, right? Like I can't go to my parents' house if I fail this house and I fail my life. I just don't have another place to go. I don't have family to go and save me or pay my bills. It's just me, which sucks, but it is what it is. So this is why, I'm very thankful for everybody that's here. Because without you, I consider everybody here my family. I don't have a mother's advice to go to. Hey, like, should I go bankrupt or should I do consolidation or should I get an equity loan? I don't know. I'm not good with the financial shit like that. I'm holding out for Trump. But like I finally got some rejection letters from jobs the other day. Right. And I'm just putting out into my universe. Okay, so those were not for me. I'm not going to dwell on the upsetness. What is for me? Because whatever I'm putting out, it's not meant to be. That's fine. I accept that, but something has to give at some point. I love you guys too. It's, and not to say that Viking wouldn't help me, but like he hasn't really, like, that's the one aspect that I'm like, why I'm not with him again. Like in our relationship, it's like this is like a trial thing. He's not stepping up to my plate either. He's in no position to, but he's not helping me either. Right? Curtis! Mr. Etch a Sketch. Curtis, you gotta come to one of my paintings, my crafting sips, because you can craft on the Etch a Sketch. You gotta do it, Curtis. Curtis, I swear, chicken's gonna come beat your butt. You gotta come. Once I put up the information, I'm going to send it to you. I'm doing a craft. That doesn't mean you have to do the same craft as me. It's just hanging out and doing crafts. That goes to everybody in the chat. You could just do. I'm so excited because your stuff is awesome. Curtis, I'm gonna get you. Seriously. I I know more of you guys have seen Mr. Curtis's work, but he's on Twitters. I am only on Twitters when I'm on my laptop because I don't have it on my phone. So I don't like that's again, I'm not here to discourage anybody, but but yes, go check out Mr. Curtis's work. It's incredible. I wish I had that kind of talent. But like that's the thing. That chicken is I'm so very thankful to the people that helped. So these a lot of these are I got a very huge donation thanks to one of our little members here. Um, I put a call out for manipulatives for the classroom for my children that can be washed and that you can't hurt yourself on, and the kids absolutely adore these. I don't take them out all the time because the kids fight over them because we're still learning sharing, but we have those. And heck, um I'm still trying to figure out, like, I'm in the same boat as you, Curtis, because I want to be able to, like, I'm probably gonna have to set an easel behind me and like figure it out because I have to figure out how to do the two camera system. Uh for sure. Okay, sorry. I'm all over the place. Karma of Cthulhu. Your sacred soul passion is powerful enough to shift the state of your inner reality and your outer experience. So commit to what truly ignites your heart and do not be dissuaded by anything or anyone. If you are seeking to make a commitment, do so when it truly connects to your heart. Follow your genuine, meaningful bliss. Know that no matter what appears to be, you shall prevail, you shall arise. Cthulhu is a Sanskrit term that translates as that which excites wonder. Even if it doesn't seem like it will lead us anywhere practical, following our bliss can allow for something beautiful and deeply fulfilling to unfold. We often pursue what is sensible and secure. Yet, what we could be more appropriate or divinely and delightfully inappropriate than pursuing a path so intoxicating, so fascinating, so utterly mesmerizing to the spirit that no matter what challenges arise, you feel so much love and commitment and passion, you shall not turn away. That is the stuff of potential greatness. We might call it being led by our hearts. Cthulhu is permission to do just that. The shadow side, or unconscious pursuit of Cthulhu, is seen when we chase our bliss in such a way that nothing genuine ever gets a chance to mature. We might be lured by a greener grass and chase after every new possibility, like a butterfly flitting from place to place. This does not involve the heart, but rather the restless mind, which acts from fear and avoidance rather than using passionate devotion as its foundation. The commitment that emerges out of true Cthulhu is not about clipping one's wings, but about growing them and learning how to fly skillfully. Without commitment, one takes a leap, tries to fly, fails, and rather than going through the process again and again until there is understanding that leads to mastery, one tries to ride a bike or surf or dance, teach, heal, or innumerable other things, never giving any a chance to settle and evolve. There is inherent wisdom in Cthulhu. Let yourself be truly excited and inspired. Allow yourself to stumble, to not know, to become that holy mess that precedes sacred rebirth. When your attraction is deep and soulful, you will have the capacity to stay the course, even through difficulties. Don't allow the ego to tell you what the struggle must be a sign, a path that isn't right for you, and thus drag you away in search for a substitute paradise. This oracle of karma of Cthulhu can relate to those times when you're just discovering the path, feeling inexplicably fascinated by something, and are encouraged to explore just what the true nature of this fascination could be. Then, the karma of wonder is guiding us to fulfill the deepest longings of our soul and obtain spiritual freedom in the process. We often think of karma as negative, but positive karma is our connection to guiding grace, the soul's delight that empowers us to live with joy and rapture. We can cultivate we can cultivate positive karma in the ways we live our life, from the heart with forgiveness, a sense of worth and gentleness in our hearts. This oracle guides you towards spiritual empowerment, your ability, even today, to create something positive, gracious, loving. What ways of being and which practices would enhance your ability to be a generator of positive karma this lifetime? Small steps can lead to great accomplishment when we stick to a path. Be patient in your passion and you shall go far. This oracle encourages you to recognize that in its own imitable way. Spirit is practical. It just tends to go via the delirious, rapturous, astonishing, and deeply healing route. Trust what you love and let your heart lead. You and your life shall become luminous, sanctified in the grace of alchemical transformation. An unexpected and miraculous arising is at hand. So my cards just spoke about every single thing that I spoke about today. And I'm sorry, it's a very long-winded. Some moments of what the hell is going on. My chat's not working, and I don't know if this live that has happened. So once again, thank you everybody for coming and showing up. I really appreciate all of you. Like I said, I really don't have like family that's alive. I don't have physicality, family. Like I have beautiful souls that are conjoined watching me right now. So thank you. Remember, You're conduits of energy. Use that shit wisely, please. Please. Um, Once again, I am raffling this beautiful pyramid off January 3rd during the Friday Night Live. This will be raffled off. My channel members get a free entry. Mr. Roger gets a free entry, and it's $5 per entry. You can email me. The community tab on my channel will have all the information for you if you're interested. This is my first day. I still work today, but I'm on now winter break. I'm doing a paint and sip private Zoom. If you're interested, I'm taking donations. But if you can't, that's fine. You're still welcomed. You can come and do a craft with me. You don't have to paint when I'm painting. You can just hang out. But I am doing a paint and sip. You can have your bubbly, your coffee, your tea, whatever have you. I don't judge. I'm going to be doing a few more different paintings. I'm going to go on the channel live doing it too. So it's there for you to go back to. I'm going to do a craft and sip. So I'm going to be making things with crafty materials. You can join me doing that as well. That's going to be for members, private. And then I'm going to put it for everybody else. So guys, once again, I know the negativity and the ego thing is something that we all have to transcend. Please be the seeds in the chats. I know you're all in the same chats as I am, and I'm just now looking and watching because my goodness, yesterday was a shit show, and it hurt me dearly to see some of the things that were being said out of ego. So please seed the mature responses that all of us adults can do in reality. Please know that you are special, that I'm not. You are with me. You're very special and all very needed. So let's implant this and spread it out. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please literally go inside your heart, do the work on yourself, do the deeper work here. Be the physical shoulder for those who are just waking up, and it might be the side that you don't like, but we're going to like them because we're giving them compassion and grace. Give them your shoulder. They're going to need you, and that's why we're here. Be the biggest lighthouse GPS signal you can put out into the ether, because there are people wearing 1,000 layers of darkness that need to have a little light on them and then a little bit more light. And each time your light shines on them, it's going to drop their darkness. So shine your light, seed your truths respectfully and maturely. Take the neutral stance because we love that other side. And even though they don't love us, we love them too. And thank you all for your support and gratitude. Thank you for the support on the channel. Thank you for your comments. Little Thor loves you all too. And I hope to see you guys on the next one.